Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Dungeons and Dice Masters. It has been a long time since we've been able to record, mostly due to people having different agenda happening in their lives. With this whole COVID thing, it kind of gets in the way, and also sometimes people just have responsibilities. Funny that, when you're an adult. And then also we had our first session back a couple weeks ago just to give a bit of a refresher, make sure we're all in tune and ready to go. And now we're back today, and it is almost Christmas. We're all stoked and excited, and we are happy to be playing again. And I am keen to see where the party takes this story. So, on that note, a little bit of a recap. So, you guys, where I think we last left off on the World Wide Web was that we had delved into the sewers and whatnot, trying to investigate the missing child, Reuben Applecry. In doing so, you guys found some dust, like gem dust, within the dirt and gravel of the farmland roads, particularly under the tree that was supposedly Reuben's favorite tree to climb. Funny enough, it was an apple tree. From there, you guys tracked a scent of someone that wasn't Reuben. You tracked it all the way through into the city, into the city wall, and it seemed to go into the wall. From there, you had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with the guards. However, they didn't arrest you or anything, and you managed to make your way into a sort of section of the wall via the sewage gate, or the water draining from the city gutters. From there, you found a secret passageway of tunnels leading underneath the city, separate from simply underground caverns and whatnot, more just actual man-made structures where the sewage runs off to. There were offshoots of other paths leading through the underground. In this, you heard a number of noises, saw a number of creatures down there, mostly just vermin, which you managed to avoid. In the center of this place, you found a room, and in this room, you found this man who seemed to be really dark-skinned, elvish features, white streaking hair, and green sort of cloak, hooded cloak, who was sitting at a desk at the time. Now, he said that he was an information broker. However, not too far into the conversation, there was a bit of miscommunication or panic, and he decided to essentially peace out. And through that, he activated his magical runes, whatever they might have been, although there is hint to be believed that from the Shademaster, they must have been some sort of teleportation rune of some kind, maybe not exactly that, but of that nature. And with that, he disappeared. Not too far on, the Shade Watch appeared unexpectedly in those tunnels, took you to the Shademaster, who was with the Margrave, and from there you guys have kind of got a conversation going in which you have now agreed to work with her, not for her specifically, and she also would like to finish this sort of quest in her mind, in a way, or a mission or task, in finding the missing people and solving this drug problem, as that was her charge by the Margrave in order for her to get aid from the Margrave. So, sort of eye for an eye, in a way, at this point in time. And with that, she also agreed to help you with the teleportation, or this gem dust. And she explained the nature of this little, not really a device, more just like a product of magical knockoff branding, for example. A cheap method of teleportation. When I say cheap, more cheap in the sense of dangerous, risky, and costly, whereby this gem dust is used as a medium, packed tightly together into cube-like or other tight forms, where depending on the size can take you to different places, different distances, but at the cost of the user, in some form, whether scarring or disfiguring, or even in some rare cases amputation. You figured. You eventually saw someone use this, an orc, that actually tried to spy on you guys and watch you as you walk through the city. Using this, disappeared without a trace, but you did notice that he was covered in scars. Now, fast forward a little bit, you guys, Korovar was left with the Shademaster and company, with the Arcanists, that were going to delve more into finding out where this gem dust was sort of locked to, this specific one that you picked up from that site, and also a little bit more about it, and that was an overnight task. Just before that, you guys had stolen 3 ledgers from the archives of the Margrave's place, because you found reason to believe that the Margrave was a bit iffy. Something wasn't right. Using Julianne the maid, her help, you managed to retrieve these ledgers, but not without the cost of Julianne's livelihood, essentially, as she can now probably never return to the manor. After that, there was some shock, there was some heartfelt conversation and heartbreaking conversation, where Julianne was very upset, and in this, you guys led her to a tavern or an inn and boarded her for the night. Trixie, you were on your way to swapping guard with Takbo, as Takbo was guarding her room for the evening, just in case anything happened, although you guys were pretty sure she was going to be okay. Through that night, there was a bump in the night, and Takbo, you noticed this. Walking in to the room, or rather barging into the room, you saw this, at a quick glance, just this man figured, hunched over, hands on the frame of the window, quickly glancing over towards you as you open the door. And as you look to your right, you see, lying in the bed, clutching the throat, but now very limp and loosening grip on her body, Julianne, with a dagger in her throat, bleeding profusely. And that's where we left off. So, let's get some music happening. And I believe you were going to do something straight away. Was that right?
Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast, okay. Roll to hit for your Eldritch Blast.
Quick question.
Yes.
Why is that a miss in all of this?
For the sake of this, I'll say that you're probably with the rest of the group,
Okay.
with Kelfish and all them.
Okay. Would we have heard the Eldritch Blast go off?
There will definitely be a perception check for all of you, each of you, to notice like the sort of changes in the sky.
Kel had gone to speak to some contacts in the black market, and Trixie was on his way back from that, and I had already been at the tavern for an hour.
Mm.
So I was downstairs when it happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, where am I? Am I with Fish downstairs?
Yeah, if you want to be, yeah.
Sure.
I don't think Corvar anywhere close to even warrant a perception check, right?
No, unfortunately, you
No,
very
I was just checking.
yeah, you very specifically chose to go and be with the thing there. I don't know if you guys can hear the music.
That's not my greatest skill.
Is the music playing?
I'm not hearing anything.
No,
Oh, I
I,
can hear it louder than anything else.
I can't hear it at all.
I can hear it just fine. We can all adjust it on our individual screens, so.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh wait, there we go. Yeah, yeah, got it. I had turned down. Okay, so Takbo, what is your move, sir?
Well, I got a 7 to hit, so I doubt that hits.
7 to hit. That definitely doesn't hit.
Yeah. So is he just running away now?
Um, so that's your action. Hey, you didn't have any bonus or anything.
No.
Yeah. Okay, so basically this is kind of, what's your initiative? What's your dexterity modifier?
+1.
+1. Okay, so we're going to be working this off essentially a dexterity based turn order in terms of how far people get, like a chase scenario. So his dexterity modifier is higher, which means that he does manage to leap out of the window, and just got to make sure that he doesn't break his legs on the fall, otherwise it'll be very tragic. Alright, he does alright. He seems to, as he leaps out the window and you sort of rush up to the window, you can see just on the sort of, because it's 2 stories up, you can see on the ground below, just he sort of stumbles a bit and he's kind of holding his leg a little, but then he sort of shakes it off and starts to limp and then run. So he doesn't get too far because that's a lot of his movement, but he is now outside, down in the streets. I'd like Fish and Adamus and whoever else was in that tavern to roll perception checks to see if you notice the Eldritch Blast going off upstairs.
I wouldn't be considered back yet, would I?
No, but you can make a perception check too because you're walking in the streets. You'd be pretty close by.
24.
24.
8. I want a +1, man. Okay.
Natural 1.
Okay. You seem to be a bit distracted with like the city lights. They're very pretty. However, Adamus, you do notice somehow the resonance of a magical spell going off. That sort of very specific sound. As opposed to the general atmosphere of the room around you, you notice that noise of a spell going off upstairs.
Okay, and knowing that we have someone that we're protecting upstairs, I'm gonna run. I'm gonna
Yep.
grab Fish and I'm gonna run.
Alright, so you make it, I say using a dash action, you'd be able to get to the door of the room and see Takbo in there, sort of leaning over the window and looking back at you.
What did I miss?
Adamus will just point to the dying, bleeding woman on the bed.
That was my next priority.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I kind of run over to her.
Yeah.
Is she dead?
Well, so you have obviously 2 options here. You can either choose to go after the assassin, or you can stay and try and revive. She's still got a pulse at this point in time. However, being stabbed in the throat, people quickly pass away, so there may still be a chance to revive her, but it's going to be a one or the other situation. Either some of you will stay or...
I start looking through my bag.
Okay, I'm just gonna do I have an opportunity to just run to her and cast Cure Wounds?
You can attempt to... I'm going to say do the nature of this. You make a medicine check
Okay.
along with that. 'Cause she is pretty much at death's door.
I pull out my flask of holy water.
Okay. I don't know if you're gonna believe me, but it's a natural fucking 20.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, roll your cure wounds.
Sorry, what was that?
Roll your cure wounds. And I'm going to assume as part of this that you're going to pull the dagger from her neck, because that would kind of get in the way of healing,
Cast all in the same action.
Okay, so 13 for
I'd say this is a little bit of a group effort with Fish as well. Fish, you probably sort of whip out the dagger, while Adamus, you do cure wounds.
When we entered the room, I said the first thing I was doing was going out the window.
Oh, okay, no worries. Were you just diving out?
I heal people, but I'm fast, so my instinct is to stop them from running away.
Were you just diving out the window?
The dagger.
No worries.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna go out the window and use slow ball.
Alright, slow fall? Okay. No problem. Alright, good point of order. Animus, what's your dex modifier?
3.
Fish, yours is what, 4? Okay. So, Fish, instinctually, you just sort of see Takro at the window, see the dead body, and like, alright, there's someone to chase. You start sprinting towards the window and just go full dive, little cannonball flip as a goblin, and land into the dirt and keep rolling, kind of like a die, basically, and then break out into a sprint after this guy. And you can see, as now you're down there, as soon as you get your bearings, about 60 or so feet in front of you, currently sprinting as fast as he can, there is this assassin, this cloaked figure fleeing from the scene. He does seem pretty fast at this point in time. You might be able to catch him, but that's where you're at the moment. Adamus, you then do your thing where Takro, you help pull out the dagger, and then immediately, Adamus, you put your cure wounds onto Julianne, onto her gurgling throat, because as the dagger pulls out, it kind of tears a few more things within the throat. Blood goes everywhere, like the wall is just coated in blood, but the healing does manage to go through. You touch the right points at the sides of the throat to heal the wounds that are most prominent, that will enable her to survive, such as the arteries. And she's obviously, she's not conscious, but she seems to be stable for the most part. She may start to go in shock from this whole thing as a body's natural response, but she's alive. So, Trixie, you're still just walking for the moment. So then we'll go to his turn. So he's going to continue running. Okay. Yeah, alright. So, basically, Fish, what's your movement speed at a dash?
With dash?
100
feet.
100 feet. Ooh. Okay. You guys seem to be... Hi?
That's right, so I can also... No, I'm not going to spend any key points dashing. It's 100 feet.
Okay. He does seem to be really fast. And he seems to be keeping pace with you. So you don't seem to be gaining on him. But you are keeping in tow. You guys keep maintaining that 60 foot between you.
I can spend a key point to go an additional 50 feet.
If you would like to do that, that would definitely close the gap, and then you would have a chance next round to tackle him or attack him or something.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so sprinting through the streets, going through side alleys, cutting through main streets, bumping into certain people, kind of like Assassin's Creed style, where you sort of run around people, the drunkards in the streets. He jumps over a few barrels, down a few ladders, and then kind of around. You guys are now in the sewage system. There seemed to be one of those open grates, and he sort of dove through that. You quickly followed after. Once in there, that's where we'll pick up your round. After Animus and Takbo, what are you doing?
I'm just going to try and comfort the woman for the moment and see if I can get her to, like, stabilize, I think.
Okay.
I pull out some to Adamus. I'm like, what is this? I know this kills monsters. Does it help people too?
Tadpoles, it just looks like water.
It's holy.
I don't think it will help in this situation, but maybe save it for later.
A person with a dragon hat gave it.
That's very cool.
Adamus, if you would like to make another medicine check to try and keep her stable.
I'm glad I have proficiency with medicine.
Kind of helps when you're trying to bring people back from the dead.
24.
Again, all right.
Yeah, 17 plus 7.
Nice, all right. Yeah, so without too much trouble, you manage to, as her body starts to convulse, you manage to sort of prop her up, get a little warm cloth which you can douse with, like your water skin, hold it over the candle, and then put on her forehead. You then get out a little piece of sugar that you probably had in your bags or somewhere, give her that, like sort of force feed her the sugar, and her body, we're just holding her body seems to calm down as well. Just as a note for everyone out there, not trained in the first aid, so don't take this as professional advice. This is just for like Dungeons and Dragons purposes. But you managed to stabilize Julianne, who seems to be stable right now. Still unconscious, but she'll live. So that leaves you and Takbo in the room. Trixie, I'll say by this point you get to the tavern and are just sort of walking through now. Kel, I'm not sure, where did you say you were?
I said I was going to the tavern I used to work out of. Where is it? It was like the Sleepy Inn or something. I had a contact with the bartender there with some underground folks that I used to
That's
work
right.
for.
Okay, so you were off doing your own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So in a similar vein of Korovar, alright. Okay, so that leaves Fish and the assassin. Fish, what would you like to do?
Launch and punch.
Okay, roll attack.
True to the name.
Yeah, let's punch, man. Let's do this. I'd like to punch the fish, please. 19.
19 just hits.
Yeah. 9 damage, stunning strike.
Stunning strike?
Stunning strike.
That's a natural 1. So, with the 9 damage,
You said 9 damage is here.
he seems to take the 9 damage pretty well. It's like striking at the back of the head. He sort of stumbles at first, seems to be okay, but then sort of like falters and then falls just face first onto the ground, like in a daze. And now you manage to catch up with him properly and sort of stand over him.
And where are we right now?
You are currently in a portion of the sewage system where the sort of stormwater and sewage mix together in the large sort of tunnel, essentially. You're on the platform on the side.
Oh god, okay.
Mm.
I don't want to spend my last 2 points. Okay, that's my turn.
That's your turn? Okay.
Yeah.
Does that stun... When does the stun end?
I believe it's just for his next turn. Until the start of my next turn?
Till the end of your next turn.
Okay.
Yes.
So he's just going to stay on the floor because he's stunned. So can't do anything. So pretty much back to you.
For my action, so am I still under the opening to the sewer?
It's about 30 feet back.
Fudge knuckles. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this and hope for the best. I'm gonna move the 30 feet feet back and use minor illusion to shoot as far up as I can a 5 by 5 foot cube chunky ass bee so people can see where I am.
Wait, what? What are you doing? Where's this bee coming from?
So I cast minor illusion
Oh, okay.
as far up as I can. Just an image of a yellow chunky bee.
Oh, what's the range on that?
Where you can see where I am.
That's amazing.
And then
Not the bee.
move back closer to the guy and prepare to punch again.
What's the range on the minor illusion?
It's 30 feet, so like I go as high up as I can.
Okay, I'd say for the purposes of this, you can get the head of this giant bee to just be poking out of the sewage hole.
Oh no, a giant bee.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a giant. And, okay, like it's obvious that it's fake. It's a 5 foot by 5 foot cube, fluffy, chunky bee.
Yeah, it takes up the entire like sewage entry basically.
That's all I
Everyone,
So
everyone in the town starts.
oh
Who
man.
has the other sending stone? I think I gave it to Kel? Or did I give it to Trixie? I gave it to one of you because we were splitting.
I think Trixie.
I put it.
As I move back to the guy that I have stunned, I'm just literally going to scream into the sending stone. I need help! Meet me at the sewers! Find the bee!
So Trixie, you hear this screaming into your head.
I'm gonna scream on my way there. I'm gonna send Pixie to start scouring ahead of me,
Mm-hmm.
sort of give me a helping hand, and then if he finds it, sort of lead me in the right direction.
All right, I'd say roll a perception check with advantage because of Pixie's help. Adamus and Takbo, what are you guys gonna do?
We should probably go help Fish. Now, one of us has to stay with her, just in case.
I'll do it.
Do you want to go? We'll stay.
I am very small. Fish is very small. You are very tall and intimidating.
Right, so.
People don't think much of goblins and kobolds. They think we're very easy to kill.
That's not necessarily true, my friend.
I have a challenge rating of an 8 in the monster
I'm a 5, so I guess I'm a 5.
God.
Okay, oof. Alright, so in that case, Adamus will... I'm just looking at... Oh, fuck. I need to do this quickly. Ah! Alright,
Well-
I'm going to turn into a draft horse because I think that's my fastest speed animal. Jump out the fucking window and start heading in the direction I saw Fish run.
Okay. Make me
I'll jump out the window first and then I'll do the horse thing.
okay. Make acrobatics save, like a deck save.
Okay. Just as a
The
note,
bee lasts for 1 minute.
Okay.
acrobatics save.
Well, then this will depend on their perception checks.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like an acrobatics check, right?
Yeah, sure.
Dexterity save.
Either one, to be fair.
I mean, they're both the same. So it's 18.
18. All right. You do manage to land relatively safely without hurting yourself in draft horse form. At the same time, you see Trixie running off with Pixie in tow, scouting the area.
Cool. I can run off in their direction and maybe pick them up and...
Yeah, if you like, that will speed up their investigation.
Sweet. Cool.
All right. So Trixie, do you sort of hop on the horse?
Happily climbs on top of
All right. Okay. So what was your perception check?
I got a 2 and a 5 for me.
2 and a 5. I'm just going to turn you up a little bit.
Oh no.
2 and a 5.
Dice doesn't like me today, and my own dice don't like me today.
Ouch. Okay. I'd say that you find 3 entrances to the sewers. You don't see a bee because, unbeknownst to you, but by the time the bee is like gone, you know, it's been more than a minute. So you'd have to choose between 1, 2, or 3 for the sewerage entrance and just hope that it's right, or you can continue to search for the right one.
I'm gonna go through descending zone again and say we've lost the bee. We need something else. Give us anything else. There's too many options here.
Okay. At that time, we'll go back to you, Fish, and the assassin. So, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Punch it. Try to knock him out.
Punch him? Okay. Roll attack. I assume this is non-lethal damage?
Always.
Okay.
It's always non-lethal damage. I'm just trying to go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Oh, where's that from?
Damn it! No.
Revenge is April.
That's the one, yeah. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
No. Oh, God. It's 10.
10? That misses.
Yeah, it felt really bad.
Do you have another attack?
I can.
This is your attack, like, action, so...
I know. I'm always too afraid to use key points. I'm gonna wait. Do I have to hit with that?
Do you not...
I'm gonna take the attack action. I'm gonna flurry of blows and try to knock him out.
Because you're a monk, right?
Yeah,
So can't...
very much so.
So... Don't you have two... level 5 is your 2 attacks, isn't it?
Is it? I don't think so.
You should at the very least have an offhand punch attack as a bonus.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Flurry of blows.
Also, you're level 5 now, right? So doesn't that mean you get an extra attack?
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's do it again.
yeah, so I think you got 2 as your main attack, and then you got 1 offhand unless you use Flurry of Blows.
New level. Who dis? That one's worse. Never mind. 3-point flurry
Wait,
of blows.
are you doing advantage? Because he's prone on the ground and stunned.
That's even worse. Thank you.
Did you
I'm just gonna put these dice away.
did you roll twice for that?
I did.
Oh,
I got a 2 and a 1.
that's so bad. Oh.
Flurry of blows.
All right.
Up to the dice pod.
Alright, the first one. Oh my god. It's not good. What is with this today? Oh! It's a 15.
15 still misses, unfortunately.
And then the second one. Much better. 18 plus 7.
That will hit.
Oh, God.
So somehow, in the dark and the grime, you manage to sort of slip and fall enough that when you throw your punches, it just misses, and some of them land but don't really seem to affect. And then finally, the last one, bah, straight in the head.
5 damage. Minimum damage.
All right, still a solid punch. He then gets to his turn. He's going to roll over and look at you, and he's going to. He is going to. Bonus action disengage. He's got to move. He's going to move 50 feet away. And then he's got his action. He's going to. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, he's going to pull out something from his pocket. He's going to rummage through his pocket a little bit as he's running away, and you can see him pull out one of these squares. This a little bit smaller than the orc had pulled out, but it's a little very faintly glowing, because now it's in the dark, very faintly glowing sort of gem dust square, teleportation cube. but it's his action to rummage through and pull it out, so he'll only get to use it next turn. Trixie, if you want to roll another perception check, Fish, you can communicate.
Please do assist. I need all the help. Actually, what's your perception?
My perception is +7.
Much better than what I've got. Can Animus roll it? And I get assist Animus.
Sure. Fish, if you wanted to respond to the communication, you can.
Okay, so I'm rolling with advantage?
Yep.
So I hear Trixie asking for something else to help locate,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I respond, busy putting baby to sleep, can't talk.
Well, that's cool, because I rolled a 6 and then I rolled a 1, so...
Wow. We're off to a real good start, guys.
We need to kind of done picking up the dice gods.
Universe is just done with our shit.
Okay. So, it's still going to take you a little while.
God.
You just can't seem to find where Fish is located at, unfortunately.
Sorry.
So, Fish, it's your turn.
I'm gonna move that 50 feet, and I'm going to knock him in the face.
Okay. You may attempt to knock him in the face.
19 plus 7.
That hits.
I just go to sleep. 7 damage.
7 damage. Alright.
And then my extra attack. That's not good. That doesn't hit. And then, but I am gonna stunning strike.
Alright, so how much damage so far we've done? What was the last damage?
7.
Okay. Alright. Stunning strike. That's 14. Actually, no, sorry. That's 12.
Well, that's what he needs to pass.
A 12.
Yep.
Okay, so he succeeds, unfortunately. Got another attack there.
Nope, that was both my attacks. The second one was 13.
If it's a 13 total, that will miss, unfortunately.
And I'm out of key points. So I'm just gonna touch my sending stone and go.
You can still make a bonus action, just an unarmed strike attack without a key
I
point.
did.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Wait,
I
so
missed.
So you did the two main
Yep, I missed
attacks.
both.
Oh, wow.
It was a 12 and a 13 total.
Okay. Alright, so with that, you can see that he's starting to look a bit bruised.
Question.
Yeah.
As I punch him in the face, can I just grab onto his shirt?
Sure.
Not trying to restrain or anything, just grab it.
You can grab onto the shirt, yes.
Yeah.
He then panics, and with the cube in his hand, he looks at you, sort of as he's trying to run, and you can see now that his face seems to be of, from best you can tell, maybe half-elf in appearance, just a half-elf man, and he crushes this powder, and in a sort of explosion of this fine blue purplish dust, it erupts around his fist and then encapsulates him like a mist. And you can see just before this happens that a scar appears down his hand, and with that you feel the grip of this shirt loosen, and with that
Take me with them.
with that he disappears along with all his attire. and after he disappears, a faint dust settles into the ground, glowing very faintly. But
Like 6-year-old tantrum march right out of the sewer. Like, this is straight down marching, and I've just had the worst day.
you may do so.
Oh man.
Alright, well, excuse me. We're out of combat, so I'd say that eventually you manage to triangulate you guys meeting up.
I'm sorry.
You should be.
So, Trixie doesn't have any idea why he's been called, just that he needs help. He's like, so what was the help needed for? And why when I asked her, how did you not, to locate you, did you not give me help locating you?
I tried, but he got away.
Who got away?
Another guy with dust.
Why were you chasing a guy with dust? Did he just seem suspicious to you on the way back?
He almost killed the maid lady.
And with that, I'm
She's
gonna
okay.
go count more. I'm counting off.
Okay,
I'm running that tavern.
back to Julianne. Yep.
I'm sorry.
Are you going with, or what?
I'm gonna take Adamus's hand because I'm sad and Adamus makes me feel better, and then I'm gonna walk back to the tavern.
Adamus has a hoof, but
Back. I take your
okay.
The most
Really
awkward
sad
horse
right
walk
now.
ever. Alright,
I'm so disappointed in myself.
so you guys managed to find your way back eventually to the tavern where Takbo and Julianne currently are. Julianne's still passed out, recovering.
I'm poking her.
You're poking her.
Just make sure she's not dead.
Well, the color's definitely returned to her skin, and she's definitely alive. She's breathing.
I don't know what a medicine is. I'm gonna put like a ration next to her.
A ration.
There you go. Food. Yeah,
Doesn't respond.
I'm grateful. I'm gonna pull out my doll's head, because that always seems to get a reaction.
Oh my god. What have I done?
I'm the scary ghost person.
Oh boy.
I've made it back to the tavern in time.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I am cutting that doll's head out of his hand and I'm going and checking on it.
Hey! Big rabbit.
Okay. She's like I said, she's alive, just unconscious, and there's a large scar in the center of her throat, and she is covered in blood still.
Can I attempt to I don't think I have any way today to sort of try and clean the blood off of her. I guess I'll just get some like water and just try and clean it like off of the skin and try and sponge as much out of her clothes as possible.
Mm.
Oh, I have predisposition, so I'll try and get some of the blood out, casting it with these with that as well.
Okay.
Tidy her up so that when she wakes up she doesn't look down and see blood and get instantly traumatized by that.
I'd say that with enough castings, you do manage to clean up her attire as well as some of the room. Mm. He goes,
And I'm gonna write a letter to Prabha explaining what's happened, and I'm gonna send Pixie off. I know that means that I'm not gonna be able to telepathically communicate with Pixie, but at least then Prabha will get an update on what's happened.
okay.
Send
Just giving him a rundown on what's going on.
yeah.
Okay. I'd say that would take about probably half an hour.
And I'm just gonna sit with her until she wakes up.
Okay. Anyone else want to do anything?
Probably go sit with Trixie.
Okay. Well, eventually she does come to in sort of like a dazed, traumatized way. And the first thing she sees is you. She kind of like breathes in and instinctually reclines and then goes, like holds her throat in like pain. And she sort of looks up at you and squints. And she tries to say, what? What?
Yeah, that's gonna be painful for a while. I really recommend you try not to talk. It might be better if you just try to write, communicate. I highly recommend not talking. You're still hearing.
Do you know how to write?
She reaches for a quill. Like, so you guys give her a quill and paper, and she starts writing. She starts writing. She says, "What happened?"
I'm gonna glare at him. Someone managed to get in. I'm still trying to work out how they managed to get in. I was on my way back. They tried chasing down. We nearly got him, but he teleported away. I'm just sorry that it happened.
She starts writing again. She writes, I knew it wasn't safe for me. I need to leave.
Where will you go?
Away from here.
I'm gonna sort this.
I still think that it's best for her to not be here, even if we do.
I agree.
There's nothing alone. They want her dead. They've already made an attempt. There's nothing stopping them from sending assassins wherever.
Unless they don't know where she went.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe she's only a threat to them while she's in here. While she's here, if she moves to another village or city, she can't be a real threat to operations here, can she?
It depends how much they decide that she's a threat in the first place. If they're really determined to think that she's got a lot of stuff on them, they'll just keep hunting for her until they find her.
Now,
If she goes there, she's going to constantly be on the run.
we move her away, we kill them all, and then she can move back.
I think we need to get the whole group together and talk it all out together. We need to wait till we get Corona back.
She writes,
Wait till we've got Kel back. We all need to make a decision together on how we're going to proceed with this.
she writes, I don't want to die.
You haven't died yet. You've come close. I've come close before. But you survived, and I've survived. If it means I have to stay with you 24/7 to make sure you stay alive, I'll do that.
I'm gonna go downstairs. Is there anybody working in the tavern right now, or is it too late?
No, there are people working. There's a barmaid out and about, and the bartender seems to be behind cleaning glasses.
Excuse me. Hello.
The barmaid sort of perks her head up after like sweeping. She goes, "Hey, what can I do for you?"
Is there any chance I I could get a hot towel and some tea, please?
You sure? No problem. She runs behind the back and fetches you a lukewarm towel, and some water and things like that you request, and tea. She brings it to you.
How much is it?
Oh, I believe that's 5 copper.
I'll give her 5 copper.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna take the warm towel and tea up to Julianne and offer it to her.
She takes the tea, thankfully, and starts just drinking that. Puts the towel around her, sort of cuddles it with one hand while she drinks the tea. She starts to write again. She says, "What next?"
We'll get the group together and see what happens. There was obviously a flaw to our methods. Maybe we can try seeing if there's somewhere that has a room without a window, and therefore only has one way to keep us coming in and out, to make it more secure.
She writes, "Please don't leave."
I'm not leaving.
I'm gonna curl up on her bed to get the foot of the bed.
Yeah.
For the first time in what seems to be a while, Trixie's going to actually make contact with an actual adult and is just going to hold her hand. He seems quite hesitant about it, but eventually summons up enough courage to do so.
She lets go of the towel and takes your hand and looks at you with eyes that just say, "Thank you."
And you'll say,
So if there's nothing else that you guys want to do, then we can go forward to the morning where you guys regroup.
Jackbo was gonna do something.
Yep.
So he kind of looks to Julianne, kind of takes off his hat and he messes with it and he takes a badge off of it, kind of walks up and goes, it's my fault. I should have realised that the window was a place where they could get in, kind of avoiding eye contact, and he kind of gives a little badge, because this is a symbol of my god, Bahamut. It hung in my clan's borough when I used to live there, and I swiped it when my clan was overrun. I believe it's the reason I've safe all these times, why I've kept evading death. Maybe it could help you.
She sort of takes it, looks at it, and looks at you, and she kind of conveys with her face that it's okay and thank you.
I'm quite happy to take a point in exhaustion to pay up all night to ensure that nothing else comes.
Okay.
Trixie, you don't have to do that. I'll just stay in the room with her. It's fine.
I mean, I'm passed out a
Wait,
little
yeah.
bit.
So it's fine, I don't mind doing it.
Jackbo's actually going to teach you. If everyone's saying that he's actually going to want you to different room.
Okay.
For Corvar, I guess whenever Pixie shows up with a letter, I'm wide-eyed and just kind of with the letter though, everything seems to be resolved, right? Like it's not like help was needed to come running. It's more like this is what happened. We're watching her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I will flip the letter over and write just a response. Do I need to come back, or should I finish? Just kind of like asking questions. Like, I mean, I'm not quite sure where I need that more. I give the letter back to Pixie along with a little bit of a, I don't know what MC, meat, treat, cake. I'm giving Pixie cake.
Okay.
And do I need to roll like Arcana or anything else to help with this, or is this kind of like a blanket thing I'm doing all night?
It's kind of like a blanket thing you're doing all night. So you will take a point of exhaustion, as well as any of those who stay up during the night, either guarding or just restlessness.
I'm going to do two things as I am staying up all night, because I don't think I'll be working like straight 8 hours on this. The hold person spell, I know I have the spell scroll from Gilmore. I will take 1 hour to pay the 50 gold to actually get it inscribed over into my spell book. So it does take an hour, and it does take 50 gold. So I will do that, so I have access to it.
Okay. Cool.
And the other thing is that just throughout my time with, just throughout the night, I will commune with. I will commune with.
It's pretty entertaining.
Frozen in a very precarious looking situation.
It kind of looked like he was like halfway through the sentence and then got poked by some invisible ghost or something. Like.
I mean, I think he's floating right now.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's like he's fallen prone after just taking a hit from an invisible guy.
I mean, that makes sense. He is a wizard. Takes 1d4 ghost damage.
For some reason, my computer just died. I have no clue why. I'm fixing that. I'm on my phone for the minute. I'm trying to fix my computer, but I just wanted to commune with Side the Reaper real fast, and I want to try to bridge a gap. I want to see if where I can link senses enough to where she can actually see through my eyes, and I want to delve past to see if I can go any further just from that reaching anger, that ball of hatred that she has. I want to see if there's any other emotions besides just.
Roll a religion check.
I'm sorry?
Roll a religion check. Okay.
Even that well.
Rolled right out of the world. I have a feeling that he mistook what I said and just rolled his phone.
just play like
I'm
some
so
sort of
sorry.
right now.
So many technical difficulties. My computer's dead. I have no dice ready. Special dice. So that was a flat 17. I do not remember what my religion modifier was.
Religion is +4 for you. So that's 21.
21. There we go.
Okay, so making that connection.
Feedback.
Sorry. Feedback. Fixing it.
So making that connection with the entity that you are bound to, that has ties with you and your soul, you try and draw on that, try and share and feel that bond. And you can feel that anger, that rising challenge. And you just, like, you're not super attuned to this, but in the midst of that, you sense something very slightly, very ever so slightly different. And it's a feeling of almost worry, in a sense, but the slightest feeling. There's a lot of rage, that's for sure. Is he still there? I don't know. Corv, are you with us?
I'm here. I'm here, there.
Okay.
I am totally. I heard everything with the slightest, there's a lot of range, there's the slightest feeling of what, one from there.
Yeah, so there's the slightest hint of worry in there. Just ever so slight. But that's all you can make out.
Okay, yeah, so besides just that 1 hour for the spell and trying to commune to see if she can see through my eyes and just diving deeper, that's all Corval wanted to do.
Okay. All right. So, Kel?
Yeah. Well, she's at the Sleepy Inn. She'll talk to the bartender guy there. We don't have to act it out. Because if she finds any information about 50 shit going on in the city or why people are running around teleporting everywhere, if anyone's heard anything, that's what she's looking for.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage. Because this is someone that you know pretty well and have had ties with.
20.
20? Alright.
Yeah.
From your conversation, he seems pretty apprehensive about sharing any information about the discretions of the city, per se. But after some talk and catch up, you managed to convince him to share some of what he knows. And he mentions that there have been a few more disappearances over the last couple of years. The drug problem within the city has always been an issue, but the disappearances have been increasing. He doesn't know anything about people teleporting away or anything like that, but he gives you a name of something. He tells you that he doesn't know what it is or who it is, if it's a who. He said he's just heard it in passing over whispered conversation between criminals that he's been able to identify coming into his establishment, but stays well away from. The name is The Haven.
The Haven? Haven?
Yep, Haven.
Okay.
That's all he's willing to share, and it's all he seems to really have input on.
I'll probably crash there for the night and head back in the morning.
Okay. I'd say he gives you free lodging, just based on history. But yes, the next day comes, and those that stayed up or had a restless night, you get a point of exhaustion, and you do all eventually meet back up, if you like, at the tavern.
This is probably going to be in Julianne's room, because obviously she's going to be a part of it, and I don't think she's quite in the state to be able to get downstairs yet.
Carver, I'd say you're there as well.
Okay, well, I was going to ask this for sake of argument because I flipped over and I did write Pixie another note to take back. I mean, I'm guessing that it was all resolved, so I would have stayed there throughout the night, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm back there in the morning, and I just have bags under my eyes, just...
Trixie's also stayed up, and he's at that point where he's also bags under his eyes, and he's kind of, from just pure anxiety of just like messing with his hair, it's kind of a little bit disheveled at this point. He's really not looking his best either.
Oh, Trixie, you look just like I feel, man.
I could say the same for you.
Hammered shit?
Well, I just wasn't prepared to sleep until I felt sure that she was going to be okay.
I kind of look into I'm guessing what would be a cup of coffee or morning tea or whatever they serve here. I just kind of look down, almost sheepishly. Is she okay?
Talking is definitely not a great point right now because of obviously what happened. That she's able to communicate via writing and that. Obviously very, very shell shocked about it all, and she wants to leave. We need to have a discussion on what we're planning.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I should have probably asked this before we started this. Did I help out, or what was my accomplishment for helping out the Shademaster and her researchers all night?
Well, it was kind of a because you were in a small group of about two other arcanists. So the workings and findings were all put together and are being pieced together today. So you can go back together and get the final overview.
Got it. Okay. I'll really relay that to whoever or everyone who's there. We did our work last night. I guess the lead researcher is putting everything we did last night together, and I guess here in about an hour should be ready so we can go back and talk to the Shademaster.
Hey, sorry, just while this conversation is, can Animus just check on Julianne and make sure that, like, the damage to her throat and the not being able to talk is not a permanent thing, that she will eventually heal from it?
Make a medicine check.
Okay.
I'm going to attempt to draw the half elf as best I can remember.
Okay. Make me a history check.
23 for my medicine.
Okay. So based on your checking and your observation of, and getting her to do a few vocal exercises just to see the extent of the damage, and Korva, you can't help but feel just a hint of guilt, perhaps, in some form, at the sounds that are coming out of her throat from the damage. But the conclusion you draw, Animus, is that this is going to be permanent unless she gets aid, like medical help, every day.
I'm going.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm going to broach this with the rest of the group and just listen. I know we need to keep her safe, but we also need to keep her, healthy. And this damage, it's gonna stay unless someone helps her on a daily basis.
So we need to bring that up with her. Can't we be able to do it with just like baby healing spells? Whereas this, we need to go to a doctor.
And that actually begs another question. Is this something that we can pay a doctor to do? Because I honestly, to the gods, feel bad for what happened. But I don't think we can stay by her bedside for these next couple weeks or months.
Well, she's not safe anyway, so if we get someone, it has to be someone who can protect her as well as heal her.
I could ask someone.
Do you know someone?
I know a lot of people, but I mean, I could
What
ask.
specific qualifications?
I knew people.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Tracy.
Have a question. Would we be able to obviously work out that the assassin would have come from the Margraves and that sort of stuff? Is that something that we'd be able to have worked out?
I mean, as As far as where he came from, got no idea. He just showed up in the room.
I'll bring up the Haven stuff that I found out. This might be related to the increased disappearances. But most of that was rumors.
My experience, rumors are always based on some support.
And Adam, to answer your earlier question, the person that I could ask, I mean, might be able to heal her. She also might end up eating her. So, I mean, it's a
Are
good
you talking about Tassar?
Obviously not. Obviously it's a different elder black dragon.
And what makes you think that she'd ever help?
I mean, I could ask nicely.
I know people that I can at least pay to get her out of the city. That was half my job when I was here. But I don't know anyone that can heal.
And Kim has a point. I'm actually more leaning towards that. That was my earlier question. I mean, I would rather pay someone that someone here trusts to look after her, because I mean, I don't think that we're going to be able to dedicate the time and the energy to looking after her and healing her every day.
I mean, if you pay someone to get her out of town, you could pay a little extra and tell them to bring a healer with them as well.
DM?
Yep.
I has me an idea. Would it be possible for me to go do a forage, and because I've got proficiency with herbalism and alchemy, if I can make like a salve or something that she can apply to herself on a daily basis, would that maybe work? And like give her some physio tips and stuff so she can self-medicate.
It's possible. It will be a longer process, however. Magic is obviously going to be a faster option here. However, with the right medicinal treatment, she could regain her voice and her vocal strength over the course of, you estimate, with like medical salves and things like that and exercises, possibly over the next 12 months.
Okay. Alright. Well, I'm gonna do a cure wounds on her again.
Yep.
Just to make sure that if there is any residual damage or anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
at this point, that it's helping.
Trixie, don't you know like any criminal underbelly people that you could like pass her off to?
That was what I was mentioning.
Anything to do with the criminal underworld?
Because you threatened those people in the house thing, and I was there for that. That was not the one you're thinking of. The one before that, when we first came into the city. That one, you threatened them and said that you know people. So can't you just like pass her off to those people?
How do you know I wasn't bluffing?
I have a good insight into people.
I have a good deception.
Maybe they should roll for it.
It just seemed like you were being serious, and I just thought maybe you actually did know some people. I mean, if you're not all bark.
Insulting people.
Yeah. Seems to be your habit. I mean, are you sure you want to try and insult me? I mean, look what happened to the last person you insulted.
Yeah,
They
they
got
died.
burned.
I mean, they died. I mean, it worked out. So I mean, I don't see how that was. I wasn't threatening you per se. I was just saying what you had said earlier. I mean, maybe you know somebody. If you don't, you can just say you don't know somebody. I mean, I'm not going to judge you based on that.
I doubt anyone that I would be aware of would be able to help. But in terms of the assassin, if Fishy got a good look at him enough, I suppose we could see if they can get anything up of it, and I could probably get some people looking for that assassin and get some information on that.
By which point Fish finishes her drawing her sketch of the person that she had seen, It's quite rough, but possibly it might be able to be used given the right contacts or people asked. It's one of those things that's like, if someone drew a picture of you in a rough way, you could kind of get a familiarity sense of it and be like, oh, I think that's my friend so and so. But it'd have to obviously be the right people.
I'm guessing neither myself or Cal would have any idea of this individual, considering that Cal's been around here.
I never got a look at him.
The rough drawings, so. So I was saying, do you not get anything up with the rough drawing?
Were you asking me, sorry?
Yeah, I'm asking if, like, either of us get anything off of that rough drawing at all.
They don't seem familiar at all.
For that history roll, so probably not. It's very rough.
They don't seem familiar.
I can definitely talk to my contacts about that, and then if we can track down the assassin, we can find out who sent him eventually. I'm very persuasive in that area.
Your contacts might know more about the Haven than mine will do.
Yeah, we should check that out.
Okay, so while this is happening,
How to believe that?
was 7.
The what, sorry?
The cure wounds that I did.
Cure wounds,
7.
7. The surface level scarring, it tidies up a bit, but there's remaining a deep line slit about maybe 2 centimeters thick that is remaining in her sort of throat, just about there. That will most likely be permanently scarred, but the rest of the damage on surface level at least seems to be stitched back up and solved.
Okay, and then just while they're having this conversation, I'm gonna grab whatever herbs, anything I can find in the marketplace, in the forestry, any that I can use to make this self.
Okay, so you go looking for ingredients. Okay. I'd say that that'll probably take you about, based on your location, probably about 40 minutes just to go to the market, pick up a few things that you'll need, and then come back.
Is there a monetary?
Yeah, I'd say for this kind of salve, it's probably going to cost you probably around the 6 copper mark for each salve made.
Okay. You said it was around about 12 months, and would it be like a daily kind of?
It'd have to be a daily application.
Okay. I'm gonna make 400 cells. It's gonna take me a while, I know.
Okay.
But I wanna do
All right.
If that is a thing, then I wanna get it out.
If that's
For
what
every
you
day.
that's what you want to do with your day,
Well, I mean, I'll start on it today, and if we have to go do something else, I can stop and then come back. It's not an issue. I'm just getting the supplies.
Yeah.
I would remind you. I would remind both of you two, whoever's going out to get all these medicinal supplies, that here in about an hour or so, we need to go meet the Shademaster for the final gather up of the magical dust that they use to teleport. So just whatever you do, just we're going in about an hour.
Okay, that's cool. I'm just getting supplies for the moment, and Cal can help me as well.
I can use.
So for that many ingredients, for that many salves, I'd say that the city itself doesn't actually have that amount of ingredients. You might be able to find more on the black market if you can find that, but for just generic shops and stuff, I'd say you'd have enough for maybe 150 salves, and that'll take you the better part of maybe 3 hours going to every single shop in the market and picking up every single bit of ingredients they have for these salves.
Okay. How about we just do whatever
Okay. Let's say that would roughly probably go up to about 80 then. 80
That's
cells.
fine. And how much?
Well, because you're buying in bulk, I'd say that would make it 4 copper per salve then. So 4 times 80.
4 times 80.
80. 80.
Oh, 80.
But that's copper pieces.
How much
So,
is that in gold? Is it
160, 320. So 3 gold, 3 gold, 20.
360 copper.
Yeah. So 3 gold
Okay.
and 60 copper or 6 silver pieces.
Can I just give them 5 gold and call it a day?
Sure.
Okay.
They throw in some like, you know, other ingredients as well. It's just like, thank you.
Sure. Sweet. Thanks.
3.5 gold. 3.6.
5 gold.
Doesn't matter. Gotcha.
Okay. All right. So you've got the ingredients after that hour. What else were you guys doing again?
Oh, I'm just grabbing the ingredients, bringing it back.
Trixie's going to talk to Julianne about their whole going in an hour, and we'll ask her what she feels comfortable with. Would she like one of us to stay, or would she feel comfortable with just Pixie staying where I can keep an eye on constantly? Through that way.
She writes on a piece of paper. She says, it might be an option to stay with the guard captain.
Here's the thing though, if the Margrave is the one that's after you, I don't think the guard captain is safe.
Isn't it that Maxwell guy?
Yeah.
Ugh.
She writes, I don't know what the other option is.
I can stay.
Oh, no, see, here's the thing. I've got to make the cells anyway, so I can stay. You guys can go.
I'll leave you with Pixie as well, so if there's anything, I'll be checking them periodically. Just if there's any issues, I should hopefully be able to see it and get back in time, or at least send our fastest person, aka Fishback, and let them back.
I will also
Pixie with you.
I will also take the sending stone that Trixie has and give it to Adamus.
Okay.
I would say probably after that conversation, I would walk in. It doesn't really matter who's in there. I just kind of walk over to the bed and just kind of look down and just loud enough to where Julianne could could hear, and like almost like put my head in my hands and I'm so sorry for getting you involved in this. If I didn't push so hard, or if I didn't try to convince you because we needed help, I mean, you wouldn't be in the state. I am so very sorry.
She puts one hand on one of your hands, and with the other, she writes on a piece of paper. And she writes for a little bit, and she turns it over and shows you. And in Elvish, she says, basically, like in Elvish, it has more of a meaning to you. It communicates more feeling, but the words say, if it wasn't for you, I would be caught doing the same thing all over and over again for the rest of my life. So in a way, I'm thankful.
I turn my head away from at least from the whoever else is in the room as a few tears fall as I just nod and I lean in like right almost like close but not like up against her ear. I will find whoever did this and repay them 1,000-fold.
She kind of looks down for a minute, and then she continues to write. And she says, "An eye for an eye never got anyone anywhere."
I flash a smile though as I look up, as I turn away. I kind of like over the shoulder, but they didn't have my eyes as I proceed out the door.
Okay.
We have to go speak with the Shademaster, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Well,
Are we all? Well, I think Adamus is still back in the room with Julianne, but are we all? Is everyone else still here, or are we kind of just gathering up?
I am routinely going back and forth between my vision and Pixie.
Well. Kel, what did you say before? Okay. So you guys are on the way to the Margrave. Well, yeah. Margrave Manor to see the Shademaster. So, through the walk, there's nothing different about this day. It seems like a normal, average day. Sun is shining. The weather's slightly warmer. It's a nice day, and everyone's out and about and continuing to work. Now, you get to the Margrave Manor, and you notice that the guards in front of the manor, they seem to acknowledge you as usual, and you notice sort of like a side glance, kind of like an inquisitive look, but they let you in, and you get through the doors and find your way to the Shademaster's study, where you had seen her before. Knocking on the door, you guys enter the room, and there she sits, arms together, hands clasped, looking with her chin resting in between, looking up to you. She looks up, she says, "Ah, welcome. Sit down. There's something I need to share with you." And that's where we're going to take a break. So we'll be back here in 20 minutes, and yeah, we'll see you then. And we're back from our break. So, everyone, you had walked into the room with the Shademaster, and she said, "Please, sit down. I have something I need to tell you." So, you all filter through, close the door. There are a number of chairs set up this time. Seems that she was prepared to talk to you, where you can sit down if you wish. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter though.
Trixie's going to stand and is going to sort of lean against the wall so that he can have some support whilst raising it out in case he falls out of a chair. He doesn't exactly trust it.
Orvar sits down very exhaustedly into a chair.
There is water and everything on the desk and stuff in front of you, if you so wish. She seems to be very, much like the first time you ever met her, very hospitable, and what's the word? It begins with an A, but accommodating to your needs. Yeah. So
I just asked, is there some coffee?
We can get you some, yes.
Please?
So after you all settle down and stuff, someone brings in some coffee for you, for like a pot, so that anyone else can get some as well. without being interrupted. The door closes again, and you guys are left sitting or standing, waiting for her to speak. And there's this moment of silence where she's got a few papers in front of her, sort of hands together, looking down at them, looks back up at all of you. She says, "So, this room, just so you're aware, has been sealed off from any prying eyes and also outward communication. So if you have anyone out there that you need to contact, it must be done outside of this room. But for the sake of this conversation, this information stays in here for now."
Would that include Pixie and Trixie's communication with Pixie?
That would include Pixie as well.
In that case, Trixie is taking a step outside. He'll wait.
Very well. She waits for you to exit the room, stand by the door or close the door. And then she says, "It has come to my attention, with the use of Karavar's aid in the previous night gone, that the location of this dust that you had found, the specific portion, shall we say, where it was keyed into, we have managed to reverse engineer the location. That's more or less the most of what we were able to determine, as that was a fairly large chunk of the research that you participated in last night. Aside from a couple ingredients, but nothing more than mostly what I had told you I suspected previously about the gem dusts and possibly residuum as counterpart. Now, before I get into where, I'd like to ask, how much do you trust the Margrave?"
I don't. But I don't trust you either, so it's all good.
Fair enough.
I don't even trust him. I point at Corrival.
He's very silver-tongued. I can give you that. The reason I ask is because lately I've been noticing some differences with the Margrave. Some changes in behavior, which I had mentioned before. However, things over the past 24 hours have seemed to escalate somewhat. And the archivist was running wild around the manor, like basically blinding, yelling, screaming, huffing, puffing, storming, whatever you like to call it. He was not in a good mood. He did not express why, mostly just cursing and biting people's heads off. Now, the archivists in general are usually quite reserved folk, as they prefer their own company over most. They are also prone to not sharing information. So for this archivist to be so riled up, something must have happened. Now, that, along with the fact that the Margrave herself has been apprehensive lately, this morning, and seeming to be in quite the bad mood, I, along with other evidence, have reason to believe that the Margrave is far deeper rooted into the city than she lets on. But I wanted to know from you first, before I go into that. How connected to the city are you, and to the Margrave specifically?
I can only speak for myself on this one. Connected to the city, very little, but I know that we were contracted by the Margrave for drug problems in the hopes of maybe trying to help out with this, I believe it's an undead problem.
Yes, the ghouls.
But I mean, other than that, I mean, I myself anyways have no connection to the city.
And the rest of you?
I have minimal connection to the Margaret, as Korvac said, but I worked here for many years. But outside of that, I had nothing to do with any of the current events.
So I'm gathering from what I'm hearing that none of you really have strong ties to her. No strong feelings one way or the other, in particular, prior to this. Well, in that case, let me share some information that I've gathered lately, and a request from me. The Margrave, as I said, seems to be deeper rooted than we anticipated, in the sense that the gem dust that we recovered and analyzed over the past night, it led to one of the rooms within this manor, particularly upstairs. Such places, most of which the Margrave herself only has access to. With this, and with the fact that the archivist and his behavior, my assumption is that she is somehow involved with the disappearance of people. In that case, I personally cannot stand for this. And so I propose a plan to you. Simply put, as I have no need to beat around the bush, you are a knowledgeable folk and have no need for pleasantries and sugarcoating. I plan a mutiny to overthrow the Margrave. I believe that she does not deserve the power that she holds, and that she is a thorn and a bane to this city. In fact, the entire Zimmerset line, up until this point, since they came into power, since the Taldori reign came to an end, I believe that it is best for her to step down. Now, I am not suggesting that she perishes, only that she relinquishes her power over the city, and that the council can finally take over the city's authority once again, as it should be, rather than this totalitarian rule for the past 100 or so years.
Do we sense any underlying motivations in how she's talking, especially about the Margrave?
You guys can make an insight check if you like.
I don't trust her. I'm gonna make an insight check.
Mm-hmm. 21 for Cal.
19 for fish.
21 and 19. 11.
And 16 for Tekbo.
16. Okay. Takbo, excuse me, and those of you who got about 16, you sense that she's, as usual, very hard character to read. She's very reserved in the nature of her speech, and her intonations are very carefully placed. However, Kel, being able to read people a little better and being trained in that sort of body language and speech intonation, especially from where you come from, looking closer as she speaks, the lines in her face, the eyes, the lid movement, even the jaw clenching, you get the sense that she is tense. And when she speaks about the Margrave, you see the slightest, ever so slightest, nose flare, as if communicating the emotion of resentment, hatred. But it's not every time. It's only speaking of how the Margrave has been treating the city for the most part.
Awesome. My question, you say you want the council to take over. Who's on the council? And why are they worthy?
Because the city of Emon has long been a standing point of strength since those adventurers long ago, Vox Machina, had saved this place, this entire continent in fact, from the Chroma Conclave and from the ascension of some deity or demigod or some or other. I'm not entirely sure on the details, but since then this place, the city, has been well underway in being a steadfast pillar of strength and community, doing well to balance both underground dealings along with surface level day-to-day daily lives and financial benefit for everyone involved, not just those that are in higher class, but everyone, from the fish worker, the fishmonger, to the dock worker, right up to the council members. It is fair. And so that is something that we all have something to learn for. And if those council members can spread that influence outside of their reach from the city, and in fact to Westruun, it might even spread further and be a benefit to the whole central Tal'Dorei. And that is my hope.
I'm gonna look her dead in the face. And you have no personal interest in gaining power in her place, correct?
My interests lie elsewhere.
Inside check.
Make an insight check.
If you are not planning on taking her place, I mean, we can't just have an absence of power. Who would take her place?
Indeed. There is a process to this kind of thing, though not been initiated in quite some time. The process of power over a city is dedicated and elected by the lords of other cities, as well as the involvement with the council of Tal'Dorei. Thus, the people in Emon, their involvement as well. So they would have a meeting and elect the next lord, shall we say, of Westruun, to rule under the guidance and morals and values of the council. The Zimmerset line would end.
Fair enough.
But who in the meantime?
In the meantime,
if we do this, she's removed from power. The election is gonna take a while. Who would be there in the meantime?
the general rule for these things is that either the closest advisor or the captain of the guard of that city. Now, the advisors I do not trust as far as I can throw, and I must assure you, I'm not well versed in shot put, so I would much prefer the guard captain, as I have had dealings with him in the past, and while stern and has some old-fashioned beliefs, he is fair and just.
I mean, that depends on who you ask.
I look over at Fish, but I also think that's beyond our purview. Or like you said, and like we've all just reiterated, we have no connections to this town. We are trying to help, yes, but we are looking to really get paid, which is why we were looking for the young boy. But I mean, vice that, what becomes of the city itself politically is outside our purview. And I look at each one of my friends who's in the room in the eye to make sure that that is what we're doing here, right? We don't care about this town.
Well,
I care a little.
and again, because you speak for yourself, I may also just speak for myself. I don't live here, so the internal politics don't necessarily affect me directly, but I still care that the citizens are cared for and that those in charge, even if we come back later, may be the proper people in charge.
And a stern but fair guard captain who knows the city, who has been in his position for a little bit, is the next best choice until someone can be elected, right?
Fish literally just rolls his eyes at you and just goes, "You know what? You're not wrong, but I don't like it."
I was just ensure that we're all on the same page here. I personally I don't really care in the grand scheme of things what happens to the town, as long as the town continues to run smoothly, efficiently, and without people getting burnt, persecuted and burned in the street. That's very nice. But we are here to make money and to assist. That's why we even approached the Margrave to begin with. So the guard captain is okay in the interim.
I'm not here for money, I'm here to kill undead. Just so we're clear.
Let me be very straight with you on something. I do not care enough to stay around and ensure that the council have a smooth transition here. I care enough that they do elect someone trustworthy, and of course later on I would revisit this place to make sure of that. However, what I really care about is where these people are going. I want to get to the bottom of that. Whether that's through the Margrave Cecilia or not, she is the key to finding these people, I believe. If she is involved, then naturally she would have a large hand in dealing with this. If so, we lead ourselves straight into where these people are being taken, including Reuben Applecry. Once we find them, we can start to shut down this operation.
And I know it's not much to go on, or I mean, it's not really a huge place to start, but we did mention amongst ourselves earlier about maybe mentioning a little something in front of the Margrave to see what her reaction is.
I agree.
If you wish to take that sort of risk, then that is your purview. However, I would struggle to find any use in doing that aside from hard evidence. We now have official magical means of determining the location of where that teleportation was, directly linked with the kidnapping of people, including yourselves, potentially. That led somewhere in this manner. Now I can tell you this, Cecilia does not have a single place within this manor that she does not know about. She does not have a single point of this place that she does not have her eye in. So take that for what you will, but it is evidence enough for me.
Well, so then I guess our path's clear. We have, legal jurisdiction. We were contracted to find this young child. Our investigation has led us to a magical room within the manor of the Margrave, and we're going where the evidence points us. So even if the Margrave had issue with that, I mean, this is where we've been led. So that's our next spot to trick.
And if you wish or are worried about being paid for your efforts and endeavors, believe me, if you manage to aid or even by yourselves shut down this operation of slave trade within Western, the next elected lord of this place would very much pay you handsomely for it. I can guarantee that
So-
now.
My question, the next step going forward, would that be to speak with Maxwell and see where he stands and see where his alignments lie? Because if he's being considered to take her place, we need to make sure we're not perpetuating the same thing.
I think, honestly, I think that's outside our purview. We don't. It's not our place.
Oh, when I say we, I don't mean like, I mean in general. Someone should.
Speaking
Because
from.
okay. I mean, we can't just start a process here and leave it. If we're gonna start something this big, we need to finish it, or it's just gonna cause chaos where it's not necessary.
I think you're looking too much into this fish. We were
Turn
contracted
the aircon on in
to
here.
find drugs, to stop the drug trade,
It's
and
on
to
the
find
wall,
a young
just
boy.
out in the corridor.
The politics, the
Just past
politics
James's
of the
door.
matter are outside of us.
It's on the wall.
We
Just
have
hit the power button.
found legally, through whatever means, the magical dust that was used to transport this young child away to lead to a room inside the manor. That's all
Yes.
we know. Whatever needs to come of that, and whether the Margrave gets relieved and kicked out and fired, whoever they appoint in her place, is not on us. That is
I
on the shade.
understand that.
That's on the Shademaster and everyone else. Let's not get involved in politics.
My only point here is that you are looking for this child to get paid. The person who is supposed to pay you for that child is currently being overthrown. If they get overthrown, you don't get paid.
The person paying us is the guard captain, actually. So,
I mean, I guess.
This is a time-sensitive case as well. We don't really have the luxury of interrogating the guard captain. I have had word with him already, not about this instance, but in general, and I believe he is of good character, as I mentioned. However, that is not our worry to be dealing with. Later on, we may revisit the situation, but I believe our first priority is finding the location or source of this slave trade, because that and those leads may disappear. The guard captain and those people that can be elected that are better for the city are not going anywhere.
which is what I was saying.
On the topic of the disappearances in the slave trade, I did find some information the other night that I thought you might want to know. It might help with the investigation. There was talk of a place called the Haven. Have you heard of anything like that? Even just in passing?
I can't say I have. The Haven.
Yeah.
No, not familiar with the name. But perhaps I could inquire places as to what. However, this process of overthrowing, could you say, I have a plan. It involves you, all of you, and it also involves the entirety of my force. So, I need to know, are you with me, or are you out?
What happens if we're out?
Then you will have to do whatever you feel is best suited to your intentions. But I will follow through with my plan, regardless.
I think at this point, as a group, it's not a matter of just being in or out. We're trying to find the missing people, but as far as the coup is concerned, I don't think any of us are interested in sticking around for that.
Very well. But I do believe information would be uncovered through it.
What was that, Corvo?
No, the politics of the matter is another matter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. The politics is another matter. Finding these missing people, particularly the young boy, so that we can get paid, and then hopefully in the meantime, while all this is settled, we can work out another contract to go and assist the city with the undead. Other than that, I think that we kind of want to be on the fringes of, well, I don't think we want to get involved too much in the politics of the matter.
Well, I have to say, I would have thought that perhaps you would be more invested in finding information about this disappearing of people. However, if your interests lie in other means, then so be it.
I feel I'm interested.
I mean, again, we do want to find the missing people, but I feel like we want to do it for different reasons than you do.
How come? Explain.
Some of us want to find the missing people because it's the right thing to do. Some of us want to find the missing people to get paid, which is also fine. I don't think any of us want to find the missing people just to upstage the Margrave and be like, screw you, Margrave, haha, in your face. You know, none of us really want to get involved in her business. We want to find them, we want to finish our job, and we want to move on.
At that, she says, just before you finish your sentence, you see her give a visual snarl, and she unfolds her hands and she slams them on the desk and she says, "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you really think that I have those sorts of intentions, and I have no goodwill intention whatsoever? I resent that."
I didn't say that. I just meant we don't see it that way. I never said you did.
I know very well what you meant.
No ill will was intended.
Maybe we should have another cup of coffee and kind of cool our nerves. We're not accusing anyone of any ill intentions, or we all. I think what Fish was saying is that we all have our own individual reasons.
Yeah, I apologize if I came off as crude. That's not at all what I intended. I'm not the brightest of this party, and I know sometimes my words, however jumbled, may get ahead of me, and I apologize if there was any rude assumptions. It wasn't my intention to be mean.
I kind of ruffle Fish on the head, and what Fish is saying is that your reasons, however good or bad or anything else, your reasons are your own, just as our reasons are our own. We're not judging anyone on their intent, but we are working together for a common goal to the end state. So we meant no disrespect to you, Shademaster, on that. We all have our own individual reasons, in that we are allied, and let's focus on that as far as finding these missing people, so that we can all go on to bigger and better things.
Then help me in my plan. As far as I see it, the best way to go about this is to have access to the entirety of the manor, so that we may investigate for clues and any sort of information relating to this. I don't know what happened with the archivist, but if something was taken from the archives or in some sort of manner, then perhaps there is more information to be had down there. Naturally, with the archivist still there, you cannot access those records. However, with control of the manor for a short time, when the Margrave is not in power anymore, you will have access to those, unlimited, as much as you want, with help. Not only that, but with the Margrave out of power and within containment, you will have access to the knowledge that she has and interrogation, thus leading us much better than we could ever alone to the source of wherever these people are being taken.
Is it alright if we take a minute to discuss as a group and figure out where we stand before we continue?
She gives a visual sigh, and she leans back in her chair and she waves you and she says, "Fine." You
How
guys.
big is this room, first of all?
It's not that big. It's maybe 40 by 40 feet, including the furniture in the room.
If we were to go like in the corner and whisper, would she still be able to hear us?
Definitely.
Well, I don't know of any other safe place to talk, unfortunately. Well, I mean, what I wanted to say, I technically don't have to say. I'm small enough. I'm gonna hide behind a bunch of the party members in the corner and just like hold up the paper and point towards the Shademaster. Like, are we sharing what we have?
I mean, what else do we have that she doesn't already know, Fish?
The stuff that we stole from the archives.
Well, I think a better question is, I know me and you are talking, and I know everyone else is kind of watching along, but are we still good with proceeding with all this? Like, is everyone on the same page here?
I gotta admit, I'm a little interested in sticking around for this coup, but it's obviously you guys aren't. Soft people politics is always interesting.
I don't want to get pulled into something that's going to explode into something huge. We came here for a small job, and I don't want to get involved in something dramatic and huge.
We could come out of this as rulers if we tried. Just saying.
Well, let's speak plainly, Fish. You were pretty passionate in there, as far as the guard captain not taking over. I mean, you say you don't want to get involved, but you have a vested interest in this one. I think if let's speak plainly here. I mean, do you want to stick around for that?
I don't want to get involved because it's big, and all of this, quite honestly, is very scary because I don't understand 90% of it. I don't like Maxwell personally. That doesn't mean he's not fit for the job. Like, I just don't look forward to doing any job that involves him. Will I still do it? Sure. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
What does everyone else think?
I genuinely think that the only way we're getting to these kids is if we have access. And right now we don't.
I'm interested in finding the people we set out to find because it's the right thing to do. As far as this coup goes, I'll be honest, I trust the Shademaster and the Margrave to the same level, which is I don't trust them at all. They both seem like very shady people, not a pun. But, you know, a political coup is always something interesting. I've seen one or two, and they're always bloody. It's always a good fight. I've fought in a few, but you know, it always ends in a big fucking fight. Now I like a fight, and I kind of got no reason to travel around apart from you guys. So I would be willing to, if it was just me, I'd fucking join up on one side. I don't care. But since we're a group and we kind of are our own like thing now with vested interests, I guess it's really up to the group. But that's my 2 copper in on it.
I think that we should go into this with open minds, but be very clear where we stand. So that way, at any point, If we feel the need to back out, we should be allowed to.
So, I'm gonna let y'all know where I stand. I'm guessing you've all kind of pegged me as kind of money hungry and looking for the next buck. Well,
Yes.
Not necessarily. Just in this one quest, you've been very set that you are interested in the money, and that's that.
well,
That's fine.
I want to let you know. I mean, for me to do what I need to do, I need money so I can do research on spells. So, if I can't do research on spells, then I cannot achieve my goal, and money is a means to do that. So that's why I'm kind of hard up on getting paid and everything. That doesn't mean I don't care about
I
these
know.
kids and the people and everything, but money is a means to an end for me. And I like you all, I really do. And I'd like traveling with you all, I really do. But money is a means to an end, and I most certainly do not want to get caught up in some political coup or political fighting and everything because that's what I left behind, and that's why I'm in the situation now. So I would rather avoid it.
I think right now we should just go into this with open honesty and again make sure that those involved know that if at any time we are uncomfortable or we feel that our job is done, we be allowed to leave. Because that
Kel,
way we have the control that we need.
I agree to that.
Kel, you were getting ready to say something?
I think, as much as I hate politics, and I am sympathetic to that, it's, as far as I can tell, the only way we're getting any information about kids is if we go through with this coup. From what's been laid out.
Okay. Fish is going to walk up to the Shademaster's desk.
Mhm.
Alright. If any of us are getting anywhere, despite our goals, we have to be completely open with all the information that we have. And that comes from both sides. And I take out the books that I stole from the archivist and I slam them on her desk. This is everything that I have.
She sort of,
I hope it helps.
she slowly takes one hand and pushes them to the side in a way that they sort of cascade over so that she can see all three. This is very interesting. So, this is why the archivist was upset. I had a feeling.
You know, sometimes I make mistakes, and I'm not really proud of it. I didn't even get what I was going for, so not my best day.
And what were you going for?
We know that the archivist has a list of everyone who is allowed to have these badges, and I point to the ones that we have, and I was looking for that list, because it would seem the only way that people are allowed to use magical items, including the dust in this town, is if they have one of these badges. But I didn't get the list. This was all I got. I was in a rush.
Interesting.
And because of my mistakes, others have suffered. So, I will no longer be acting on my own impulse. I only want to do what's best for those around me.
She leans in a little closer to you with one hand on the table to support her, and she looks you dead in the eye, and with a slight softness in her eye that you've never seen before, she says, "You each have more power in yourselves than you ever knew. And people do suffer sometimes because of our actions. But no one gets anywhere without hurting someone in their life. And I'm not saying that out of personal gain, but rather the benefit of those around us. Don't let anyone tell you that you are not worth, well, something like that anyway. And she leans back.
Fish is gonna turn to the rest of the party and just say, some of us, though I can only speak for myself, and I'm not proud of it, have hurt too many people to count. Have killed too many people to count. And I'm just trying to make up for my mistakes.
Then let's work together and make a better future. We can help each other to help those around us.
And get paid at the same time.
And get paid, yes. So, do I take it that this is your cooperation?
Correct. How should we proceed? Are we sneaking in again to the Margraves? Are we rolling through there with some diplomatic immunity from the Council or the Mod?
Oh no, nothing of that sort. And she reaches into her drawers and starts shifting through papers. She puts them on the table. She takes the 3 books and places them in like an arc formation over the front of the desk. Reads the names or like some of the information within the ledgers, sort of getting a rough idea of what they are. And she says, so I will have to read through some of these ledgers and see if I can glean any more useful information from them. However, my current plan that I had in place was today I was to send out a number of my highly persuasive members of my Shade Watch through the city, particularly speaking to any guards of Westruun, colloquially known as the Shields, to see who opposed the Margrave, or rather who would rather just have a difference of power in Westruun, convincing those who were more or less on our side or in our alignment to join us in our stand, and then sometime in the following day or the day after launch for lack of a better term, an attack, a coup on the Margrave Manor, as well as the remaining shields. Now let me be clear, I have no need for bloodshed. No lives need be lost. I would be carefully instructing all of my Shade Watch to deal non-lethal damage to these people. Everyone is to survive, just be kept captive, including and especially the Margrave. During this, a large battle would obviously ensue, after which we would hopefully, especially with your aid, be able to capture her and take her to imprisonment and explain to Maxwell the current situation. Hopefully, with him on our side already, wouldn't be too difficult. Otherwise, we may have to take her elsewhere, interrogate her, and find more information on this slave trade. And from there, well, things get a little easier. The hard part is more the battle. Now, my forces are quite well trained. However, it would be much more successful, I feel, with your aid as well.
I would be happy to help, but I'm only speaking for myself.
Very well.
In the name of research, I'm more than happy to lend whatever spell toward this endeavor. Just have to see know where I'm pointed at.
You have my blade.
My only advice is to send your most persuasive to Maxwell.
Well, for that,
But that's just me.
I myself would be dealing with Maxwell.
Oh, well then you'll be fine.
Which kind of gives like a corner smile. And Korrivar, your skills in particular would be highly valuable to this endeavor. You see, those badges that you mentioned before, they grant those with them the use of their magic abilities and powers, whatnot, spellcasting. If we can reverse engineer these within the next day and come up with some sort of neutralizing effect, area of effect, potentially we could rid her forces of all magical ability, leaving my very well trained and very adept in ranged and melee fighting at an advantage, making this whole ordeal a lot easier.
So you're saying I could lend my expertise to magically hack an item?
Correct.
Oh, sign me the fuck up.
Do you need a spare pen to look over in order to do this?
It depends on where your skills lie, but my allocation of your resources is not my business. I can only suggest based on the skills that I have learnt of.
Fish is actually going to take his pen off and offer it to the Shademaster in order to reverse engineer it. I don't actually need it, but it is shiny, so I kind of want it back.
I will give it to the Margrave. They are quite interesting devices and do have some elements of glamour to them.
Because I noticed that my magic is technically not spells. It is all key points. So I don't know if that will affect if I'll actually still be able to use them without the pen. But that's out of character.
A student of one of their inner strength. How could I have not guessed? Well, I encourage your exploration into yourself. It is a worthwhile endeavor. But thank you for this. This will be useful. Saves me from stealing a different one.
Whatever I can do to help.
Well, if we're all in agreement then, let us proceed. So, with that negotiation, you guys, we're basically going to kind of time skip a little bit. So, assuming that you're all helping with this.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So, in helping out with this one, to reverse engineer this to basically turn off all the magical badges, right?
Mm.
Would I have enough understanding or enough arcana know-how to not only complete what she is saying, but to add in something of my own?
You potentially might have an inkling as to how to input your own either enchantment or whatever. However, it would be very obvious to those that you're working with, so you'd have to discuss that.
I want to have that conversation because from what I know of these badges, anyone who casts a spell with this badge, it's stored more or less and goes back to whoever's in charge of all this. So they have an understanding at the very least of every spell cast, right?
Yes.
Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
I would like to reverse engineer it to where as long as I'm holding the badge, I receive that information as well.
Okay.
And I'm more than happy to have that conversation with the Shademaster if I can do that. I'm not trying to steal spells, but because I am pursuing my own goals, this would actually help out with my research.
Just getting the knowledge of what spells are being cast and what nature.
Yeah, nature, types, and maybe if there's something interesting enough being cast, maybe I can like pull a thread from it to weave it onto my own cloth.
Well, that would be something that would obviously have to be found out during the time. However, without going too much into this conversation, she would be definitely open to that, as long as it wasn't just limited to you, but like an open enchantment to the number of badges that they are going to put this enchantment on. So it would be all of yours inclusive, whoever wants to put theirs in, as well as however many she's got as well. Most of the process of the magical reverse engineering is spent on the one badge that you've got, and sort of looking into that, diagnosing, analyzing, deconstructing and reconstructing that. Once you've got that done, it's then a lot easier to replicate over the other badges. It's most of the time is just taken in the initial reverse engineering.
Okay, based on what you said and everything, then I'm actually going to change that a little bit. I don't want to be a focus on pulling information. I want to block the information of my spells going out.
Okay.
In the interest of my own research, and I will tell her that straight up, that I am doing this because I am researching my own brand of spells, and that is my intellectual property. And that's one of my caveats. Like Fish said, that if I don't get to block my information spells going out, then I'm not contributing to this reverse engineering project.
Yeah. Okay. That can be done, and a lot more simple.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that instead, because the other way was getting a little into the weeds. I want to block my spell information from being collected by anybody.
Sure. That can be done. There's a lot less time consuming as well, which is a factor in this. So you can do that. Let's see. So if no one else wants to input anything before we do this.
I just wanted to say, as soon as we leave the office, I will use the sending stone in front of Trixie so I can update both Adamus and Trixie on everything that is going on. But I will say we will inform you on the details of the plan once we're together. Because I don't want to say anything outside the office in this building.
I'm guessing that nothing has happened, and because Trixie would have been just in Pixie's side the entire time, using Pixie's side the entire time, and nothing has happened.
No.
Trixie's going to briefly step back into the office, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to turn around and say to the Shademaster, I'm sorry for bothering you, but there is someone who's got into a bit of trouble for something they haven't done. I don't know in and out of the details, so I was wondering if you could help me, and I'll sort of go into a little bit of the details of what happened with Julianne, and see if she can offer any help.
After explaining the whole situation, and she thinks a bit, she says, I may be able to assign a few guards of my own to her, and these are some of my best as well, trained in defense against assassins. Some guards that I have used for myself.
That would be absolutely amazing if you could.
Very well, we'll have that done. I'll send them over right away.
Thank you, and I'll leave for that.
Okay, so I assume you all, you guys get back, you explain the whole situation to Adamus, and everything. Animus, unless there's some input you want to do or anything you'd like to do before we get the ball rolling with this.
I'm just curious about how many solves I was able to do.
Since then, with the travel as well, having collected all that stuff before setting out, I'd say...
Well, I collected everything before they left.
Yeah, no, that's what I said, yeah. So,
Oh, sorry.
with that, I'd say your first one obviously would take the most time because you've never really done it before. But after that, it's just a matter of replicating the process. So, I'd say by the time they got back, probably 4.
Okay.
4
yeah,
cells.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And based on your productivity, if you continue to work at that sort of pace, within this period of 8 hours, you could make about 2 solves every 40 minutes or so. So roughly
That's all.
8 hours could roughly equate to about 7 solves.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Or sorry, not
Yeah.
7. Be the other way around. So like 12. Yeah.
Okay.
Just so you know.
All right.
Mhm.
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Sure. And I assume like you'd also instruct in that time how like to Julianne how to do it and everything like that.
How to make her own selves. Yeah, that would even be better. Because then she could do it herself.
That would take a lot of teaching time, but more the application of the solve.
Right. Okay. Yes. That makes sense. Cool.
All right. Well, then if you like, we can jump straight into. This is going to basically be a series of skill checks for the next couple of days, depending, and this will determine basically the fate of the coup. How much you aid and how much you what's the other word? Put detriment to the course of the coup, and you know how well it all goes. So it will also depend on what skills you would like to offer. So Korovar, I already know what skills you'd like to offer. So that would be an Arcana check for you. The rest of you, what would you like to contribute to this coup?
Muscle. Intimidation.
You can do intimidation if you like.
I don't really see Adam as getting so super heavily involved in the politics of this. Would it be at all possible to just keep doing the self thing and instructing Julianne and doing that while they did this?
Sure. It doesn't just have to be politically involved. It can also be, resources. It can be lookout. It can be just literally just there to be intimidating or persuasive, that kind of thing. Just helping in some way.
Okay. Well, I mean, if they're looking for any kind of recon, I could do that. I've got transforming powers, so that
Okay.
could be my contribution.
So you want to aid with recon? Okay, so I'll say that would be, you have a choice between whether you want to contribute perception or, let's see, what would this be? Perception or stealth?
I think perception would probably be where I would.
Okay, all right. And the others?
I'll help with my underground connections and that sort of stuff to sort of make sure that they go onto the side that we are on, threaten a load of people if necessary within the underworld.
Okay, I'd say then you'd be persuasion.
Yeah.
And the other 3? Fish, Kel, Taco.
Actually, I would like to personally offer to stay hidden and stay near the Shademaster as additional backup or lookout.
Okay, so as like a guard.
Especially now since I don't have a pin.
Okay, yep. So you want to be on like a bodyguard duty.
Yeah, but I will stay hidden whenever possible.
Okay. I'd say then. Let's see.
Am I still rolling with disadvantage, or would we have considered I would have rested before going down and therefore can get rid of the exhaustion point?
Well, this would be a process over the next couple of days, so you would have recovered your point of exhaustion. So these are straight rolls, and
Not that it helps because I got a natural 1 again.
oh, that's not good. So let me see. So for fish, yours I'd say would be, you have a choice between stealth or survival.
I will choose stealth, and I will use Pass Without a Trace every day.
Okay. Yep. Kel?
You can do some recon, just like Adamus with her wild shape, but she's also had experience doing the bodyguard thing or doing the investigating thing, so it depends where she's needed.
Okay, so let's see. Trixie, what did I say yours was again? What did you decide?
You said mine was persuasion.
Persuasion.
Just an out of character notice, I've just found my Trixie dice. I think I'm going to switch them because the dice pot is being mean.
Fair enough.
Putting the dice gel for the rest of the session.
Yeah, it's not doing very well. So, and then Fish, yours was stealth, right?
Yep.
Okay, so right now we've got Arcana, Perception, Persuasion, and Stealth. So, Kel, it depends on how you want to contribute, because you can contribute in a lot of ways. If you want to do more like collecting of information, you can do investigation. Otherwise, you can aid as like a distraction if you like, in certain situations, to aid that way, which would be performance. It really depends on how you want to contribute.
I think probably performance as a distraction. It's the best of the two there.
Okay. Performance. All right. And Tuckbow.
Intimidation.
Oh, I thought so.
I'm Gary Colbo.
All right. So, I'd like you all to make your checks. This is just straight rolls. I believe Trixie and Korova, you've already made your rolls. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I really went wait until I discovered my Trixie dice because I've just rolled some tester ones and it's doing so much better.
I'm a scary kobold.
Okay.
I got a 7.
So,
Hell
what?
yeah.
1.
Oh, my back hurts from carrying half of this by myself.
Did you say my back hurts from carrying this party?
I said half of this by myself.
And Corvar has the other half or something, because Corvar rolled 21. So
No, that's why I said half. You know.
You told me I rolled a 7. That might be good.
I'm just
It's great.
gonna say that Trixie's heart wasn't really in this intimidation. He's got other things on his mind. He doesn't really like the idea of leaving.
You mean Trixie has the idea of Julianne alone by herself on the mine?
She has guards. Trixie made sure of it.
Big, strong guards.
So, Adamus, what was your roll?
14.
14.
God.
And
Yeah, no, it's not going great.
persuasion.
We're gonna get put in prison.
And fish?
28.
28.
I can just see all this. Like, while you're all out there doing your own recons and everything else, Corvar's like in the lab, like working on some massive events. He comes back like with blue face and everything. Like, so guys, I did a pretty good job. How'd y'all do?
I mean, Korovar, the whole point of this is that you can't see me.
All right. So there are, over the course of 2 days, with all of your contributions, through the use of intimidating some folk, whether it be the common folk, whether it be intimidating the other side, for example, just the shield members, whether it be persuading some of them, persuading people for their resources during this, distracting others while things are getting done, and all those sorts of things. Some falter in certain ways and some quite don't work out. However, there are quite a few bits and portions where you're very successful. So you guys did quite well overall as a group. So it's now basically the third day, the day of the coup. You guys are all pumped and ready. Adamus, I'd say that if you would have liked, you could have made an extra 4 salves or so every one of these days, because, you know, between being busy. So that's a total of, how much did I say at the beginning? 7?
You said one every like 40 minutes?
Yeah, so how many did I say that you had made?
I think it was 8 in total.
Or
Was it
12?
8?
I think it was 12.
12.
So you have an extra 8, so 20. You got 20 salves.
Great.
And
Beautiful.
then
Am I
minus.
running low on supplies? Because I would have just gone out and grabbed them.
No,
I
you.
had enough for 80.
Yeah, so you got 60 worth left.
Okay.
So you have the beginning of this day to prepare for what needs to be done. Now, the Shademaster has instructed you that what's going to happen now, essentially, is they've gathered allies along with your help to be on their side. So a number of shields have actually either remained in shield armor as like a deception sort of tact, or they have done away with their armor and actually adopted the Shade Watch armor as sort of a diversion kind of ploy. Either way, whatever it may be, there is definitely a sense of tense atmosphere around as everyone is preparing for not quite war, but just a large scale battle that's going to be happening within the city itself. Where it's supposed to take place is essentially all around the city walls, where there are guards patrolling, as well as centric portions of the city, such as Town Square, Barracks, and the Margrave Manor specifically. Now, the Margrave Manor is where you have all been requested to be when this all begins, starting with a conversation, quotes, with the Margrave, or at least being in the general vicinity if plans don't quite work out. The Shademaster has said that they will meet you in that area when this all begins, when she's given the order. What you can expect is for most likely things to progress in a non-violent manner to begin with, and then as word spreads outwards from the manor, which is most likely where it's all going to originate, that's when the battles will go off and people will start fighting and things are going to go a bit crazy. So
the Shademaster is going to be going in and talking to the Margaret, correct?
she said she'll be there shortly after you guys arrive there. She has to give the orders to everyone else. So you're like the distraction while she does that, and then she'll join you.
Well, as part of my participation in the last couple of days, my whole thing was to stay hidden near the Shademaster.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I would have stuck with that to the end.
Okay.
I will stay with the Shademaster and make sure that she holds up her end of the bargain.
Okay. Sure. And as far as you're aware, no attacks have been made again at Julianne's life. That has been reported. So there's that as well.
I would be checking in on her when I wasn't busy and
yeah, I kind of figured.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's the day of the coup. What would you guys like to prepare? Because your first order of business, once you are ready, is to go to the Margrave Manor and organize a meeting, an urgent meeting with the Margrave, and distract her for about 10 to 20 minutes.
I'm gonna need to think up a story of what we can use to distract her.
I got something that could distract her.
Yeah?
Your mace doesn't count.
Well, you want to go in there guns blazing and start attacking? I mean, that's
No.
one way to distract her, is to just knock her out.
No. We go in. We start talking. I slowly pull out my crossbow and shoot her in the arm.
I was an adventurer like you once.
We shoot her in the knee. Take out her kneecaps.
Or
with all her limbs attached, didn't we? He said, "You know that."
You know, that's a very good idea. Let's say we did that, but we didn't. But we actually go in there and we talk to the Margrave, letting her know that we have some information on the drug trade, and we talk to her and we just spitball for a little bit.
And then, when the attack starts, we shoot her.
Except that we need her alive. I'm pretty sure the Shademaster said that we need her alive. I mean, I think that was the end state. We let her live.
If someone doesn't die, I can keep people alive in excruciating pain.
The point was non-violence, though, Takbo.
Yeah, the whole point of this is that we use non-violence.
What's non-violence?
I think we need to
Don't
be
pull out your crossbow and you don't shoot people.
You know what? Or you know what? I have an idea that is actually. I have an idea that just might work.
Oh boy, okay.
Oh God.
We walk in there and we actually tell her, Margrave, we have come with important information. We think someone's conspiring against you.
I mean, unless you just want to tell her that you know who broke into the Arcanist, because I won't be there.
No, we go in here and we just tell her that we have news that we have been investigating, and that we have found word that someone is conspiring to get you removed from office. And we're not lying.
See, I'm quite liking the idea of vicious things, because if this doesn't go down to complete plan, at least it would clear Juliana. And that gives her safe net, gets her to be able to live in the city again.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you. At this point, I have a new spell that I would love to try out, and I don't care one way or another if this goes south.
That's a good idea.
Okay. Just for safety's sake, let's save all violence for just in case. Okay? And I think that the whole we have information on a coup thing is great, but don't open with that. If you need to stall for more time, use that. I think you should start with something simpler that you can prove and that you know won't hurt us in the end. And I mean, I'm a goblin. They're gonna believe you anyway. I stole some shit. It's what I do. And I'm not even there, so like I can't even defend myself. And I don't have a pin anymore, so there's that.
It does make you look more suspicious.
It does. And I'm fine with it. Just go for it.
And then, to make you realise, the
No.
goblin.
Bad attack though.
Oh,
Goblin is not there.
shoot.
I'm not there.
But
No,
you guys
stop.
kept him shooting. I'm
Okay,
gonna
how
let you stay behind.
How about this? All right. How about we go over there? I'll just start talking, and that will distract her enough.
I have another idea that can lead off of that. Going ahead and completely use you as a distraction like we did the first time we needed a distraction.
Perhaps Carabar should Margrave to make it a trap.
I mean, my standards are a little higher than what the Margrave is, but I mean, I can lower that bar.
I mean, I think you need a bit of a boost of confidence after you didn't get anywhere with Julianne.
So for a bar,
I would have if someone didn't swoop in there and eat the pie, Trixie.
And I'm not doing anything with her, I'm just going on ahead and giving the shit you didn't.
She said she
That first pie on her face.
Oh my god. You're my friend. And I think you're gonna do whatever you want to do anyway. But, friendly advice. Have a backup plan.
I always have backup plan.
That doesn't involve your charm. That would be nice. Because you never know. You might not be her type.
This is true, and I hold up an apple. This is my backup plan.
We could all try to seduce
Well,
her.
None of these plans are good.
I want to know.
I'm really glad I won't be in the room.
I just want the DM know that we are literally on our way to the Margrave's house. So we are talking and walking.
Oh, well, at that point, I would have left you because I would have gone to join the Shademaster, so I'm no longer with you.
So,
No, we walk in, we say we have information on the drug trade, we found an underground safe, which is true, we found out this drug trade is turning people into werewolves, and that's kind of where we're at. And we can kind of drag it out long enough for the symbol, or from the signal from the Shademaster. I mean, let's just do that. I mean, we're not lying.
if we can't, we shoot.
I think I like this one best without the shooting.
As a last resort.
I'm not really keen on the shooting aspect, but I like the fact that Kel agreed with me.
Since I've met you guys, I've been doing a lot of not killing, and that's what I like to do. And you can't expect me to just keep not killing you guys. It's not cool.
Well, when your kill count's above 200, I mean,
You're in here. You talking about that poultry number that the Tiefling got from that Honduran? That wasn't even intentional.
doesn't matter.
I have killed hundreds of undead.
I don't see your kill card.
I open my book which has a name of every fucking undead I've killed. Because I document them.
Those are obviously made up. You don't even know how to write.
I can read and write. I have a 13 intelligence.
I'm just waiting for y'all to drop trow so we can move on.
I'm sorry. I apologize. He was just trying to impress me like his alcoholic father, so, I mean, I feel like I had to do it.
I never knew my father, and you know that. There are no father in the hive.
Moving on.
Alright, I'm done. I'm done. We're at the Margraves.
Are you?
Am I horrible?
Are you though?
I'm done now.
Are we ready to proceed?
Please.
Please end this suffering.
Okay.
Oh, good lord. Ugh. Okay, so So you guys make your way to the Margraves. The guards seem somewhat, a little bit tense, nothing more than usual. They let you in. You get into the main foyer. From there, you manage to make your way through a number of corridors and doors led by one of the resident maids that you had seen in passing before around, that has to guide you through to organize this appointment with the Margrave. And you get to those familiar large open doors, or rather closed doors, but large doors that lead to the Margrave's main chamber, main room. And you wait there for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, before eventually the door opens and a character goes walking out. And they seem oddly familiar in a sense that you see them pass by and you feel like you've seen them once before. And then you remember there was a cloaked figure once before when you first met the Margrave, standing in the room after you left, waiting to talk to the Margrave. Orange hair, feminine, with a dark brown and black cloak over. And you see them storm out of the Margraves, accompanied by two other men that don't pay much attention to you all, just stride straight through.
Is that who I think it is?
No, we asked that question the last time too.
Sorry, it's been a minute since that session.
You are then summoned into the main chamber where the Margrave sits and resides, and there are a number of people within there just witnessing the comings and goings of Margrave's duties and responsibilities, such as the advisors, which stand relatively near to her, and a couple of servants that stand on the side waiting for instruction. And then there are a couple nobler people that seem to just be behind the banisters in the seating area that witness the political side of Westruun for entertainment, staying up to date, who knows. But for appointments such as these, the general ones, they are allowed to witness and remain in the room. And you are led into the room via the summoner, and the doors close behind you. And there Margrave Cecilia Zimmerset sits on top of a chair, one hand raised and head and chin resting on it, in sort of a casual position, but still looking stern. She says, "Ah, yes. What can I do for you? What is it now?"
Well, good morning, Margrave. We came with news about some things we found over the last couple of days. We weren't interrupting anything with the other group that left, did we?
That's none of your concern.
She seemed kind of upset, so.
Upset she may be, that is none of your concern.
And you're right. I said if they had more important things, I mean, we wouldn't mind going back in there and just waiting for a little bit if you still had things to discuss.
You're wasting my time. What do you want?
You're right, and I apologize, Margrave. So we did go through and we found a few things as far as this drug trade thing. The drug that you had mentioned, it's actually turning people into creatures, some creatures of lycanthropic nature. Through extensive testing and everything, we found that out. We don't know what type of creature, but it is doing that. We want to know if you had found similar leads, I guess.
Well, they have definitely been around in the past couple of days, as well as past couple of weeks. However, we haven't really had the luxury of looking into the drugs per se.
Which is why you contracted us. I mean, and I understand that. I just want to know. You said this drug trade has been going on for the past couple months, if I remember correctly. Has the city been having sightings of these were creatures within the past couple months as well?
They have indeed. They've been getting more regular, more frequent with the past couple of months. I'm afraid that whatever batch has been brought in is riddled with this lycanthropic disease. As far as a solution, I'm not too sure. That is why I hired you.
No, and you're completely right. I just want to make sure our information was matching up. So we did walk into, I guess, not an underground lair, but it was like a house, and it had like a basement. We walked in, and we did have to throw your name out a little bit, but we managed to convert some of these people that are dealing with this, try to find us some more information. And DM, I'll be honest with you right now, I am dragging out this conversation as much as possible.
I know.
So without me rehashing the last 3 sessions.
Okay. I will say, make a general persuasion check.
Cool.
$11. Okay.
Oh, come on.
So, the rest of you witnessing this, chipping in here and there, he's doing pretty well, but she's just not super invested, and which is interesting because it seems that every time you're talking about the drug problem and whatnot, her mind seems elsewhere. She doesn't seem that interested in it, though she responds to what you've said. Sort of like a multitasking kind of thing going on. But over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes or so, you manage to keep her distracted, keep talking about the drug problem. But you can see she's getting agitated and fidgety, and she wants to be done with this. Actually, I'd like you all to make a perception check.
Perception?
Perception, yes.
21.
Oof, those are really average rolls.
11.
Okay. Adamus, you're the only one who notices, but in the far corner of the room behind the Shademaster, and where that sort of platform is at the very back of that on the wall, you notice some very ever so slight shadow movement. And as you peer closer and you get your eyes to adjust a bit more to that sort of shade, you can see standing there the Shademaster with dagger in hand, and she catches your eye and she nods.
Okay. I would like to do a thing.
Yeah.
Oh shit, where am I?
You'd be right next to her.
I'm gonna stay right where I am and not move, not breathe, not make a sound.
Okay. So
Terrified.
for you, Fish, she would have instructed you to, as soon as she makes a move, you make a move. So you're to go for one of the advisors and basically knock them out while she goes for Cecilia.
Where is the nearest advisor to me?
About 30 feet.
Okay.
Is there anyone else of prominent note around? So I remember you saying that there are some political people there just viewing because...
Yes.
So who of Adamus's knowledge would be the most prominent other than the Margrave currently there?
Well, there are 2 advisors, and they're stood either side of the Margrave. Then there's the servants to the side, but you figure they're not really important. There are some guards within the room as well. You notice now that you've been in here a while. There's 4 in total in the room. And then there's just the nobles that are sparsely sat about behind the banisters on either side of you, left or right.
Okay. I was considering for a moment attacking someone else, but that would have just put them on alert. So I guess I'll just keep quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep quiet. Okay. Korovar, your last sentence to the Margrave was what? Sorry.
Just kind of rambling on about the drug trade, what we found under store and everything, and then I keep the thing that kind of I keep looking back at everyone. Right. Anything else you wish to add? Kind of like I'm kind of looking at my party members. I know I'm focusing on kind of trying to distract the Margrave, but I am looking for any other cues from my friends.
Something I'd like to add, Your Majesty, is we found a source. It might surprise you because they're quite prominent in the city, and I believe they're in this room. And then I'll just start looking at the nobleman.
No, go ahead. I'll wait until I'm able to do something again, because
You're gonna look at one of the noblemen off to the side?
Yeah, so I'm shifting attention off in a different direction.
Okay, I'll make a deception check.
Okay.
I have a negative modifier to charisma.
Can I help them again?
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, yeah. You were there, Adam.
And seeing them now trying to deflect it to someone else in the room, I would, in left-hand pocket, reach in and grab an apple, and my right-hand pocket reached in and grabbed the slab of obsidian.
Okay. So make a deception check. I'd say this is a straight roll, given the situation. As you look like over to the nobleman, like everyone's kind of interested at this point when you say something about the someone in the city kind of thing in this room. Everyone's kind of like, oh, like interested. You look over to the nobleman and he's just kind of sitting there like watching. He sees you like look at him and he goes, and like looks at the Margrave like, fuck, like
My deception was 14 minus 1, so...
Okay, so 13. Alright. I'd say no. Sorry. But she does look over to the nobleman and like gives him this like hard cold stare, and as he's like no there is a dagger that you can hear fly through the air and whip into one of the advisors, not lethally, in the leg.
And I launch myself.
All right.
Before Fish launches, while all that's going on, as soon as the Margrave breaks eye contact with me, who I'm talking to her, looks over at the noble, I pull out both of those items I said, and I can prove it as I open a singularity centered on the Margrave and cast Gravity Ball.
All right. Interesting point of order. I'd say this will be an order of dexterity modifiers then. Let me find.
That's a +3 for me.
4 plus 1.
I think I have. I'm gonna have to find it. 1 second. Ooh. D&D. I know where it is. There you need to do. Was that a saving throw for you, Corvo?
It is a saving throw, but that's it said magnify gravity. Gravity ball wasn't put in there, so I'm about to copy and paste it. It is a DC 15. I believe it's a con save as well, but I'm about to copy and paste.
Okay. So. Interesting.
Strength saving throw actually, and then 6d6 force damage or half. That is also a 15-foot radius, so 30-foot diameter. So her and I think the two advisors next to her should have been hit as well.
Were you casting gravity ball, or were you casting singularity?
Well, I'd not opened a singularity.
Oh, right, okay.
Gravity ball. That was just me flavoring.
I see. No problem. Okay, so Fish, you would then go first, along with the Margrave, not the Margrave, Shademaster. So, make your attack, Fish, or whatever you're doing.
And I'm launching at the ones across the room, away from the Margrave. I don't want to get close to the Margrave.
You don't want to get close to the Margrave.
I do not.
Okay.
That was a 14 for the first one.
That hits.
Do you want me to do all 3 hits first, or do you just want me to do damage as I go?
All 3 hits.
Alright. Second one, 12.
12. That hits.
And the third one, that's 10. It just gets worse as I go.
That does not hit. These would be surprise attacks though. So advantage.
Oh, well, you want me to roll all 3 a second time?
Well, just roll the one that you missed, I guess.
13.
13 hits.
Okay, so that's 3d6 damage.
Okay.
$25 total bludgeoning damage.
25 bludgeoning damage. Alright, so...
And all of it is non-lethal.
Yes.
I'm just trying to knock them out.
I'm assuming all the damage that you guys are doing now is non-lethal.
Yes.
I don't think I can cast magic as non-lethal. That's...
No.
Yeah,
Magic is different. Yeah, magic is different, but aside from that.
Is he passed out yet, or is he still awake?
Well, so you finish your 3 hits, bang, 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 and as the third one goes straight into his head, just right in the temple, he just sort of like passes out and hits the deck.
And how close is the second one?
It is, he would be about 10 feet, no, 20 feet, 15 feet from you on the other side. However, as you've done that, you notice that Korovar is beginning to cast a spell in that direction.
All I was going to do is I was going to use a key point to do patient defense.
Okay. Alright. So, that is your turn. The Shademaster then goes. So she already did that. Then... Oh yeah, that's right. That's Margrave. Huh. Okay, so at the same time as you knocking this person out, the Shademaster is there on top of the Margrave, having yanked her by the hair off of the chair, gripped her around the throat, and it has her in like a headlock. Right as Korovar, you cast Gravity Ball. So that's a con save or strength save. 15.
It's a strength saving throw. It's a DC 15. 20 points damage for full.
Okay.
Is it encountered between the person
it's a homebrewed fireball spell, so everyone within 15-foot radius is hit.
Okay, so
The Shademaster and Fish, wouldn't it?
it would be the Shademaster, Fish, Mother Margrave, and the 2 advisors.
Correct.
So the Shademaster succeeds. The Margrave does not. Fish, you've got to roll your strength save, and the 2 advisors. One succeeds actually.
That's a natural one.
The advisor's surprised. Actually, no, the other one automatically fails because he's passed out. So one of them succeeds, one of them automatically fails, but he's just like a limp body, and you watch as his body raises and just gets crushed.
So also to that, everyone that failed is pulled toward the center of the spell and land in the nearest occupied space. So everyone in that radius is picked up and pulled while being crushed to the center of that spell.
Okay, so is it half damage?
Patient defense.
Okay, so it's half damage on the Shademaster. So
Shademaster's not pulled because she succeeded, so should be the only one I think that is not pulled.
however, she is currently grappling the Margrave, and she's not going to let go, so she's going to go with the Margrave, but she still takes half damage. And it's actually quite interesting because as you watch the spell take hold, you watch this small little black and purple ball just and start spinning, and it makes this sort of sphere that encapsulates all these people, and the chair itself goes straight up into the hole and like gets crushed under all that pressure and releases to the floor as this just sort of shrapnel of wood that's been crushed and forced into this compact little shape. Fish, what was your strength save?
I got a natural 1.
Okay, so you are pulled and you land, I'm going to say, how far is it? Is it?
It's pulled to the center of the radius.
Okay.
So it would land.
Space.
Would land in unoccupied space.
Okay, so you land just to the side of where the Shademaster and the Margrave get pulled up towards the sphere, and as the Shademaster can see this happening, you can see all their hair getting sucked towards the orb, like in the center, and the Shademaster pulls her in a direction where her feet start to get caught up in the singularity and start to get slowly crushed, as you can hear the screams coming from the singularity as her legs break under all the intense pressure of this spell. And then they drop, and Shademaster drops on top of the Margrave.
Well, how much damage do we take from that?
I rolled. It was 20 points damage, 10 for half. As
she's probably screaming too.
Probably.
That hurts.
Even though I didn't manage to hit 2 of my allies in this, Corvar is cackling. I cannot believe that worked. As that whole time he was looking through the Reaper's eyes to let her see.
All right. So.
Corvar's on the dark side now.
Takbo's about to join him.
Fish is very hurt. Fish is bloodied.
So that's you'll go. From here, we will roll initiative.
Oh god.
So.
I also want to point out, I have 8 d20s here, right? 5 of them have been put in dice jail already.
I'm going to
we're not in combat in the channels.
No, I'm gonna keep track of this manually. So just roll a dexterity check, all of you.
You could just use the init.
What was the other one?
I don't think
Just
init will work.
Space init.
Oh, it does. Oh wow.
With the command, exclamation.
I don't know why I did a intimidation check, but
Hey Corvar. I swear to every religion, if you ruin my dress,
The
I would
dress,
be so mad.
you know, I mean, I gotta be
It
responsible
takes
for karma.
skill. It takes skill to have 28 stealth in a bumblebee dress, okay?
It also took skill creating the spell that is unleashed on like 5 people too, and that was pretty impressive.
Yeah. I disagree. It hurt very much.
Cool. Backfire. And you appreciate your mathematical tackling.
Ow.
And the best part is that they're all like right there in a group of 5. So I mean, if you don't move, I'm doing it again.
So what are our initiative checks?
Let's have the monk do range damage. Yeah.
Natural 22.
Oh, no.
21 total.
I got a 10.
Okay, 10 for you. Fish, what did you get?
I got an 11.
11. Okay. So the next highest would then be Korva.
No, it would be me. I got 12.
So
12, I got 13.
Korva, and
Oh,
then
no, 13.
13, 12, 11, 10.
At lucky number 13.
12 is Trixie.
Oh yeah, it's an intimidation check, not an initiative check. My bad.
I messed that up. That was that's 13 initiative though for me.
Yeah. If I can write. You know what we need? Where? I forgot to put on the music. Okay. There we go. Alright, so okay, so Trixie, who got 11? Did someone get 11?
I got
Yeah,
10.
that was fish.
Yeah.
And then Adamus at 10. I think that's everyone. Takbo, Kel, Korva, Trixie Fish, Adamus.
Yep.
Shademaster.
And then there was the Margrave, the Shademaster, and then one more person? Two?
The advisors, one that failed, one that succeeded.
Two
Because I
advisors.
knocked.
Two advisors, the Margrave, Shademaster, and Fish was all that I remember hitting. So there's
Yeah, and I knocked out one of the advisors.
yeah, that person's probably dead. That person's dead.
Yeah. Okay, so top of the round is the Shademaster. So she,
She rolled.
huh?
She got like a 22 then, Jesus.
Yeah, she got 22. She rolled real well. So she's going to basically just strangle her. Okay.
Frosty Tuesday.
So
Oh, what? It's a coup? Oh, man. Must be
okay. Yep. Alright, so that's her turn. So she's just going to spend her turn strangling her while she's on the floor. Oh, right, they took damage from the thing. So that Margrave took full damage. Oof. Margrave is really not looking great. You can see her feet are pretty mangled. But yeah, okay. So Takbo, you'll go.
How many guards are in the room?
How many guards? 4 guards are in the room.
Are like 2 of them? They're like 2 at each door. Like this.
2 in each corner of the room.
Okay.
Sorry.
He's gonna turn to the team. Yeah. So these people's just gonna fucking dilate when he sees violence start to happen. A big smile comes on his face as he pulls out his crossbow. Goes, yes! Turns around and he's gonna take 2 shots, 1 at each guard in the closest corner to him.
Okay, make your shots.
Whoa! The first attack was a 15 to hit.
A what? 15? That misses.
15. Okay, second attack. 23.
That definitely hits.
That's 5 piercing damage.
5 piercing damage. All right.
Yeah. And he's gonna reload and start fucking tackling, maybe pointing out a little bit at those nobles.
Okay. All right. So that's your turn. So the first one goes wide, shoots off, hits the wall. The second one, he's just looking back and it shoots him in the arm. He's pulls it out. Kel, it's your turn.
Bella's gonna cast Hold Person on the guard that succeeded against Korovar's spell.
Okay. Hold person. Okay. So what save is that? Wisdom.
P15.
That is a natural 20 on the dice.
This guard came to fight today.
It was like, I'm gonna do my job today.
He had a good breakfast.
That's impressive. Yeah, so unfortunately he succeeds. Yeah. Wow. So and this guard, you can see that he's wearing more of the loose, like, leatherish armor. It doesn't quite look like leather armor, but it's definitely not like plate or anything like that. He doesn't seem to have any obvious weapons either. Did you want to do anything else?
I think she's gonna angle herself so that she's facing the guard, but in a position to pull him towards the singularity.
Okay. Yep.
The singularity is no longer there. It was a one-off. So.
Okay, cool.
I will say
in that direction.
Okay.
Just in that direction.
All right. So that's your turn. Korovar.
I start cackling a little bit. There are 4 guards in the room and one basically at each corner, right?
Yes.
One advisor is down, completely dead. The other one is standing there, and the Margrave is being grappled.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to cast a magic missile at level 2. So 4 bolts. I literally like pull up a piece of cured leather, hold it in my hand, and point straight up. Open my hand as 4 magic darts go up, spiral out, rotate, and just shoot off into all corners of the room, hitting 1 bolt, 1 bolt, 1 bolt, 1 bolt for all 4 of them.
Okay.
So, going just around the back left is that is 4 points of damage to him.
Yep.
4 points of damage to the back right.
Yep.
Well, that's a 2. That 2 to
2.
the
Yep.
lower right. And that's another 2.
Nice. All right.
But yeah, so as I like straight up anime style, this 4 bolts go out and just spread out, hit everyone in the room.
Okay. Each of them take it, and they definitely don't like it. It definitely hurt, but they're still looking pretty good. Yeah. All right. Did you want to move at all?
I'm in the. I want to move like where the center of the room is. Like I just want to make sure I'm away from anyone else with pointy objects, so they're getting ready to stab into me.
Okay. Yeah. Center of the room. Gotcha. All right. It's the guards' turns. Now, the two at the rear are immediately going to rush to the Margrave and try and get the Shademaster off of her. So they're going to make attacks at her. It's going to be 17. Ooh, that's not going to be. So one of them does manage to hit. I need one more dice. This one. Ooh. She takes 7 points of damage. As one of them takes their spears and just sort of fish plunges it into her like rib cage, and you hear this like shriek come from the Shademaster, but she's still clutching onto the Margrave with all she can. The other two guards, one of them is going to go. One of them's going to immediately go for you, Korvar, as you cast the spell. You actually see the one on the other side of the room also go for you. However, this is the one that looked to be sort of lighter dressed, and you see them raise their hands and begin to cast a spell. However, you notice that halfway through they look confused and they look down at their hands and they're rapidly trying to cast, but it doesn't seem like it's working. So that's his turn wasted. But the other one has just got a sword, so he's just going to take a mighty old swing. That's going to be a 15 to hit.
It would, except I cast shield to bring my AC to 18.
Okay, so that's a miss. All right, it's his turn. The advisor on the other side is just going to look panicked and just start bolting down towards one of the corners of the room where there's a door. But that's his turn. Next is Trixie.
Eldritch Blast at the one that's running away.
Eldritch Blast
Eldritch Blast.
at the advisor.
At the advisor that's running away, yes.
Okay, you would have to move a bit closer, but you can get in range. $17 definitely hits. This is the one that's running away. So 8 force damage. You already taken. Took half of that. Oh, he's really not looking good. He sort of stumbles, falls flat on his face, and then like just manages to pick himself back up, and you can see that he's limping really badly, clutching his ribs and like leaving blood on the floor as he goes. But he's just trying to get out of there.
And as my bonus reaction, I'm going to cast a hex on the Margrave and give a disadvantage on strength.
On strength? Okay.
On strength.
Alright. So, next is Fish.
I am going to launch myself at whoever just attacked the Shademaster
Mm-hmm.
and just unleash everything that I have.
Alright.
Oh god, first attack. Why do I suck today? 11.
11.
Yeah.
11 misses.
Second one. There we go. 16.
Just hits.
And the third one. 14 plus 7.
That hits.
So it's 2 that hit. 13 damage
Total?
from those 2 hits, yeah.
Alright, ouch. That looked like it hurt.
Free action, Fury of the Small. I'm gonna take a chunk out of his ear for an extra 5 damage.
Ooh. Okay.
Nice.
And key point, Flurry of Blows.
Alright. He's definitely looking rough.
And again, all non-lethal.
Yep.
19
That hits.
and 10, so the second one doesn't hit, but 9 damage.
9. Alright. So with that final blow, after just tearing into this guy, biting some of his ear off, you just whack straight into the temple again, knowing the weak spot, and he just crumples under you.
And immediately look for my next target.
Alright, so there is the guard in the where the advisor is coming from. He's like right next to you basically. He's the one that missed.
I'll just snarl at him.
He's
That's
looking,
my turn.
he's not quite freaked out, but he's looking aggressive, like ready to fight. Adamus.
Yeah, the snarl was more like, I'm coming for you next.
Yeah. Adamus.
Okay. So, because we're doing non-lethal damage. Well,
Yeah.
some of us
Yeah.
are.
Some of us are.
I'm gonna take my bonus action to call forth the memory of a creature that I've just recently found in that book that I bought.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna turn into a lion.
Nice.
Kitty! Kitty! And I'm gonna start munching. So, who's currently on whom? I just want to confirm.
So you've got one guard that is now incapacitated. You've got
Yes.
one guard that is now still on the Shademaster. Then there's one in the right hand corner behind you, which is the supposedly the mage that can't cast spells. And then there's one to the left on the other side of the room that took a couple of hits.
Okay.
I thought there was one right in front of, like right up in Corvar's face now, because he tried to attack.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. So he that was the one that was right up on Corvar. Yeah.
Okay.
I also thought I knocked out 2 of them.
No, you knocked out the advisor and one of the guards.
Oh, the advisor. Okay, yep. Right.
And, sorry.
If that one right in front of Corvar left, I would have used a reaction to try to attack him with Warcaster.
And just to confirm, what happened to the other advisor? Because there were 2.
He's currently almost at the door on the far side of the room, but he's
Oh no, I'm going for him.
okay. He's bleeding profusely and limping.
Oh, that's fine. Easy target.
Okay. He is. What's your speed as a lion?
50 feet.
Okay, you'll reach him fine.
Sweet. And then I'm going to. Is anyone within 5 feet of him?
No.
Fuck, because I've got pack tactics, which is
Yeah.
amazing. I'm a pounce.
All right, make your attack.
Okay. Alright, 4 attack, 13 strength. Okay, so also he has to make a DC 13 strength saving throw, or be knocked prone.
Okay. What's the DC?
13.
Yeah, no, he doesn't make that.
Okay, that's fine. He does, that's cool.
No, he
but
doesn't.
my core
He
attack-
he failed.
He doesn't?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so if I hit him, then he's knocked prone. And
Okay.
I'm just confirming, to hit is 14.
So it's you roll a 14.
If the line was hits the creature with a claw attack, yeah. So 14 to hit with the claw for the pounce.
That hits.
Okay, sweet. So I hit him. He takes the claw attack damage. Then he's knocked prone, and I'm standing over him, and I get to make a bite attack because that's how
Alright.
this works.
All right, so roll your damage.
Yeah. Okay. So so 26 plus 3. So that's 8 slashing damage, non-lethal, for the claw.
All right. One claw swipe and he's out. It's just like a bitch slap to the face.
There we go. We heard something.
You hear me?
Oh, there, now.
Yeah, okay. My mic fell over when I hit it, so.
There we go.
Yep. Alright, so yeah, she just manages to break out of the Shademaster's grasp, and clawing and pulling her way out, she just manages to slip out and push the Shademaster away from her, and is going to get up and start running away. So that's she moves 15 feet in.
And she was right next to me as well, correct?
Yes, she would have been.
So is that an opportunity attack?
I'd say, well, because you were right, like the guard was right next to you, it was in front of you, and the Shademaster was right next to that. So technically, it would be, because it's part of the action to break the grasp, the Shademaster would then have an attack of opportunity. You were kind of behind them, so it was technically 10 feet away from you.
That's cool.
For that stage,
I'll get it on my turn. It's cool.
But the Shademaster, that doesn't hit, unfortunately. So she does manage to run away, and she flees in the direction of where the advisor was going. No, not sorry, the other way, the opposite way, not towards the lion. There is a lion in the room. She's not going that way. It is now the Shademaster's turn. Funny enough, they go right after each other.
With her trying to break that for her, what, strength check, whatever, did she do that with disadvantage because
she did.
Because of hex? Okay.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she still rolled really well.
She's a secret bodybuilder.
She's not lean by any means. Okay, so Shademaster is going to attack. Oh, that's 23 to hit. That's what's that? 12. That's not going to hit. So the first one, she throws a dagger at her feet, which, by the way, like she's very haphazardly running. Like her feet are broken. She's running on broken legs at this stage. But anything to get away. And the Shademaster throws a dagger at her legs, and it pierces into her calf muscle. So she's going to make a Constitution. She fails that, so that is an additional 2d6. This is gonna hurt. Ooh. That hurt. So that's 2 plus 6, 10, 12 points of 12 points of damage. To the Margrave. Ooh, the Margrave is not looking good. Okay, so the Margrave is definitely, she's kind of at this point crawling on her hands and knees, as the ability to use her legs has all but gone under strain. The Margrave's, the Shademaster is going to move up to her, and that's going to be her turn. Takbo, it is now your turn again.
I'm gonna shoot the Margrave.
Okay. Roll to attack.
I got a 21 for 5 piercing damage.
That hits.
And she's still walking, but I ain't for a leg.
Barely. She is.
I'm gonna shoot her other leg.
She's looking very rough. It says, poor legs, man. Like, the rest of her body's fine. She's just taking shots to her leg.
I'm gonna take another shot at her leg. Yeah. And just do it again.
I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took an arrow in the knee.
That was a natural one.
That shoots straight through the window at the end of the room. Just smashing it and flying out, and you'll never see that again.
I look sad and be like, then look over to the nobles who might look be scared and just smile.
Oh, most of the nobles have like run out. Like they've got up and are sprinting out of the room currently.
I'm going to feast on their flesh.
Kel.
Okay. Kel is going to turn into a giant starry archer. And she's gonna stand over, when she spins and her body sort of gets all spectral and star-like, and she suddenly has a longbow. And she's gonna stand over the Margrave and just say, "Stop! Oh my god, I will shoot you, and this is not, I can't do non-lethal on this floor." I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Make me an intimidation check.
Only an 11.
Okay. As she's like crawling away, you can see like tears through the gritted, snarling face as she's trying to get away. She looks up at you and she continues to move forward, and she goes, "No, I have too much to lose." Still making her way. That's your turn, Korvar.
By chance, the guard that's currently in my face and the Margrave, are they within 30 feet of each other?
The Margrave and the guy in your face, no, they'd be a little bit further at about 50 feet.
Well, damn. Besides the Margrave, is there any other enemy within 30 feet of her?
Of the Margrave? No enemy per se.
Well, I don't want to do that then. Shademaster's honor,
As well as Kel.
druid looking thing is taking care of her. I look over at the guard in front of my face, and is he what type of armor is he wearing?
It looks like
chainmail?
it looks like some sort of like scale mail.
That's like a metal type of armor.
Yeah, like a medium metal armor.
I will just look at him. You know, the armor looks really heavy. Maybe you should sit down. And as I like emphasis on down, I pull out. I pull up one of the apples and just hold it as I magnify gravity on him, trying trying to almost like crush him into the ground.
Okay. So is that a strength save?
That wouldn't work. That's a con save. It's only 4 damage. I got gypped.
DC 15 con save.
DC 15, yeah.
That is a 14 on the con save.
Cool. So they take 4 points of damage.
Okay.
Speed is halved until the end of its next turn.
So as you go sit down, you can see his weight visually increase, and he's sort of he's sort of struggling and like trying to move his body. So is that your turn?
I look at him in the face as I say that, and nonchalantly will turn around and walk very confidently over to the Markway, full 30 feet. I know that it provokes attack, but just nonchalantly, like with a flourish with my that big ass hat and feather and all, just turn around and walk toward the Margrave.
Okay. That will be, he's gonna make a swipe at you. That's gonna be a what's that math? 19 to hit.
That hits.
So that's there we go. 7 points of slashing. No, sorry, 7 plus. So that's 9 points of slashing damage. As he sort of takes a swipe at you as you're walking away. He goes, "Not so fast!"
As I get hit, I kind of. That's gonna cost you Tinkerbell. As I continue walking.
All right. So then it's their turn. So there are 3 guards left still. The one near Fish is going to take a big old swing at Fish with a great sword. Ooh, what's that? What's your AC, Fish?
15.
Ah, that misses. Okay. He's just gonna move around you, like still in your combat range, but just sort of between you and the Margrave. And he's gonna sort of hold his great sword there and wait for, like, challenging you, but just sort of guarding the Margrave. That's his turn. The one in the corner, the one who can't cast spells, he's trying to cast spells this whole time. He's like getting frustrated and more frustrated. By this point, he's just kind of given up, and he's trying to stealthily make his way out of the room. So he's gonna try and roll stealth. So you guys, he rolled higher than all of your passives, so you guys just don't notice where he disappears to. He's just gone. You turn around and he's just disappeared.
He wasn't important anyway.
And then the one that was in the fritz with you, Korovar, he's gonna take another swipe at you.
Did he dash toward me? His speed was halved. Because of magnified gravity.
How far away did you move?
Full 30 feet. So,
Oh yeah, no, he can't get to you, but he will move up to you with a dash.
Okay.
So that's his turn. He's sort of like he's trying so hard, and he's getting so frustrated. Like with every step, it's just like moonwalking. Like yeah. But that's their turn. The advisor, he's unconscious. All right, Trixie.
I'm gonna this is the one that's making a move up on Korovar, and I'm gonna shoot another Eldritch Blast at it.
Okay.
Don't hit
I'm gonna take intense aim down.
Okay. Roll attack.
elderly warlock.
I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast. Okay, 22 misses. I'm joking, it hits.
Don't you get 2 at level 5?
Yeah, I thought that was counting both of them.
That's only no, because they're separate. They're separate attack spells.
Okay, yeah, right. I'll go again in a bit then. I'll do another one. If he's not standing anymore.
You're talking about a thing on Eldritch Blast.
That one's not like it's only a 14 to hit it.
Unfortunately, that misses. But the first one hits for 7, and he's looking a little bit bloodied. He's looking pretty a bit bloodied.
Just a little bit.
He's quite a tank though. So you know he's all right, but his blood's starting to drip out of the corner of the mouth there. Okay.
Please tell me that second one that missed and didn't hit anybody that I care about.
No avalanches today.
The ceiling caves in, everybody
The
dies.
roof collapse, crushing everybody, but we keep it going.
Nope. Alright, that's your turn. Fish.
So you said that the guy in front of me was just kind of holding his greatsword there?
Yeah.
I would like to kick off the flat side of his greatsword and kick him in the face.
Alright, make an attack roll.
Insert dope monk shit here.
Indeed.
18 for the first one.
That hits.
10 for the second. That's terrible. And 14 for the third one.
So what was the second, sorry?
10.
That doesn't hit. The third one?
14.
Doesn't hit.
Alright. He takes 10 damage.
Oof.
How does he look?
He looks alright. Not doing terribly well, but he's alright. A little bit better than the guy attacking Korobar.
Once I kick him in the face a few times, I'm going to put my hands on top of his head and land on my hands, and then just straight headbutt down twice for a flurry of blows.
Alright. How many key points do you have left?
Now I have 2.
Okay. Alright, so as you do the blade thing, you sort of, with the failed ones, you kind of move his blade side to side and he's controlling it as best as possible. And then you dummy one and he holds it up and then you just smack straight into the blade and the blade just goes whack into his face. Using that momentum, you flip off, hold your hands on his head and just whack.
First one is 15 plus 7.
That hits.
And the second one is 14, so I guess I lose my balance and land on my feet on the ground.
So what's the damage for the first?
But, 5.
5.
Terrible.
Alright, he's looking a bit worse off now. Bit bloody.
And then, when I land, I'm just gonna finger guns at him, like, bring it.
Alright. He's agitated now. Still doing alright though. Adamus.
Okay. So there's currently someone attacking Korobar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna go for him. And I'm gonna do the same kind of combination of things. Claw, pounce, bite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first things first, claw attack is...
Since, would that be flanking because I'm right next to him?
Oh yeah.
It would, yes.
Tactics. Amazing.
Oh.
No. So that's a unnatural 20 to hit.
That hits.
Dirty 20. Then he's got to make a strength saving throw after he takes 8 slashing damage.
I already rolled that, and he got 21.
Yeah, so he is not prone. So I just make the 1 claw attack.
Okay. Did you get any other attacks?
I do not have a multi-attack as a line, no.
Okay.
The only multi-attack that you really get is the pounce attack.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, does he take any damage?
8 slashing for
8 slashing. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not looking so good now. Definitely looking a lot worse. Alright, is that your turn?
Yeah.
I picture you just like having like some gears whirring instead of an actual like grr. You just hear some gears grinding together. It's just
Yeah.
so cute. It's so cute.
So, alright, so you're within 5 feet of him now. So, it's now the Margrave's turn. She's going to... Oh, she's going to action disengage. No, actually. She's not looking good at all. She's in a tight spot. Ooh. Yeah, she's gonna action disengage and move her movement up to the doors. That's all she can do. Okay.
She was 20 feet away from Corvar. How far away is she now?
50. So that's her turn. It's now the Shademaster. Shademaster is going to run up to her and try and tackle her. Or, yeah. With a... Oh yes, we contested. Whoa, that's so close. She rolled lower, but she's got a higher modifier, so the Shademaster just manages to get her back into that headlock and just stand above her with her head in her arm and just flex and like start crushing her windpipe. And you can all but hear the Margrave's voice and vocal cords just start to but she's alive. She's being held there. Takbo.
The one attacking fish. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast it.
Okay.
You get 2 beams, right?
Yeah.
It's on this level. And since I get extra attack, I cast it twice, which means 4 beams.
No,
It's not quite how it works.
I was about to say, when the Blood Hunter is a better warlock than you are.
Are you free to hit them force damage?
That definitely hits, and he's looking pretty close. He's looking about the same as the other guy now.
Do I get to do it again?
Well, you can't use your action to cast a spell. Eldritch Blast allows you to roll twice. So.
Oh yeah, that's only the first one.
Yep. Alright, so roll the second one.
10 for 7 smoke, doesn't it?
10 does not hit. So he's just looking real rough right now. They've got exactly the same amount of HP.
Get him, fish!
Alright. So, Kel. Excuse me.
Paul reaches out from within this spectral archer thing that's around her, and she slashes at the Margrave with her scimitar.
Okay. Now, this is lethal damage, right?
No, this is just a regular sword.
Okay, so it's not magical?
Yeah, so it's not magical, no.
Okay. You're trying to knock her out, kind of thing, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to stop fighting back so we can be done with this. Kel doesn't like this whole struggle.
18 hits.
18, so 7 damage.
Alright, and with that, you whack her basically square in the face, right in the side of the temple, just smack, and she goes limp in Shademaster's grasp.
And then they'll use her bonus action to use her archer form to shoot basically a radiant bolt at the one attacking fish.
The one attacking fish? Yep, go for it. Whoa. That doesn't hit. A 10.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
Okay, so the bolt goes wide, unfortunately. However, the satisfaction from hitting with the scimitar and knocking her out is quite pleasing. Korva, it's your turn. On that note, you, as about this point in time, as you're concentrating on your spells and focusing on the next spell you're going to cast, you feel this twinge in the center of your heart. And you feel this blood rush straight to your arm, to that tattoo on the side of your arm. What do you do?
I felt a blood rush on Margrave is knocked unconscious. What is the distance between the guard that's being between me and Adamus and the other one attacking fish?
The difference, so the one guard is right on top of you. Then the one fish is fighting is about 20 feet from you.
What was the distance again? I'm sorry.
20 feet from you is the one fish is doing.
And fish is right next to that person.
Yep. I don't like this music.
As much as I want to, I reach up and I put my hands on either side of the guard that's attacking me and Adamus, kind of like on either side of his skull, as I channel and cast magic missile, and I pass one bolt through his skull into my other hand. So 3 bolts, like.
Oh shit.
So yeah, so straight up, like I grab his skull.
Alright, so as you grab his skull and you channel this energy, this arcane energy, you can feel that pulse through your left arm. And in the same instance that you cast this spell, the ricocheting magic missile between your hands, you can feel the one bolt just go like a ping pong between your hands straight through his brain. You can see him go limp with this anguish on his face as he falls to the floor. At the same moment, the room goes dark. I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Give me a second. At the same moment, the room goes a little bit darker, and the light from outside dims into this sort of greyish hue. All the candles in the room expel, and coalescing in a bundle of shadows, breathing life into this purplish black mist by the window, forms this massive figure of a dragon. A familiar purple-eyed, purple mist breathing dragon. And she goes, "It's good to see you again. Now, leave. I'll give you this one choice. I run this city now. You may leave with your life or die here. And the mist starts to spread across the floor. And that's where we're going to pick up next week.
I'm gonna kill a dragon! More likely a dragon could have killed me.
Yeah.
I like how I like how Corvar was like, let's not do politics, but also I'm totally taking over the politics unintentionally.
You know, I may have made a slight itsy-bitsy, teeny-weeny little mistake. I mean, let's not hold that against anybody.
I feel a lot less bad about my mistakes now.
You know, I actually feel really good about being a pirate now. Oh my god.
I killed so many people, but right now I feel really good. My conscience is clear.
He wants to see Pac-Man next session.
Oh god.
So, you know, I wouldn't worry about this near as much as if my soul wasn't bound to this dragon.
Nope.
You know?
Still worried. Nope, definitely still worried. It's a dragon.
Hey guys, look in general.
Definitely still worried. I just watched you blow someone's brains out and then your girlfriend take over the city, so definitely still worried.
She's not back. She hasn't picked up yet. We kill her.
No.
I mean, okay. So the whole guard is dead and everything. I thought that was pretty cool, but I didn't expect the Reaper to show up in the window.
I
Well,
don't think anyone
so
expected
much
it.
for not drawing any more attention.
Yeah. Well.
I was like, oh no, somebody left the room to get back up. Well, fuck that guy, because now there's a dragon. So,
No.
everybody sees it now.
So welcome back, everybody.
As soon as the DM said that the black purplish mist and everything appeared, fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
When he's gonna be like, new thing to kill. Hell yeah. Scruffy do the party.
Trixie's probably just gonna go, this is not my fight, and just go on it. Go.
Peace. Yeah. Alright, well, thank you everyone for watching and tuning in. Sorry, it's been a while. This will be bi-weekly now, so a little bit less often, but you know, winding up to the Christmas time and the New Year period, it gets a little bit slower because everyone's got stuff to do, people to see, and presents to get, things like that. So we'll see you soon in the next episode, and if we don't say it before then, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.